right. Greetings, cadets and citizens, and welcome to another tier list, another Transformers
Woo!
tier list at that. I'm joined once again by my friend Tisha Alva. Tisha, for those of you who
Hello.
haven't met her yet, please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Tisha Alva. I'm going to be ranking Transformers today with my good friend Exodus.
Yeah, and that's
And
that's
about the
pretty
gist of
much
it.
it. That's pretty much how we met, and how we
Yeah,
became friends.
we both have a really big interest in Transformers, and we decided to talk over it, and we decided to make this. And I was happy to join him on this little adventure because I know this is going to be a hell of an adventure. I know the Bayformers one was, and I'm excited to continue this trend.
Yeah, now unlike last time, we're going to be splitting this one into like different by like seasons almost. So this we're going to be doing this in like multiple parts, each dedicated to like one or two seasons, because we have 318 of these things to rank. So
Oh
doing
my
this
god.
all in like it would take probably like 12 hours for us to do all this in one sitting, which would be a little bit of a drag for us. So we're going to be doing this in like by seasons in the individual parts. So right around where
Yeah.
I'd say up to Bruticus here is where we'll end for this time, and then yeah, it gets really long, and mostly
So
because
many.
I included all the Japanese characters as well.
Oh
So
shit, like the Japanese exclusive characters? I didn't know that.
yeah, that's
Okay.
kind of why the list skyrocketed in terms of numbers. So yeah, the Japanese characters start from, let's see, I think right around here is where it starts. So roughly halfway, 2/3 of the way down.
Right.
Oh, I missed the stream. Nah, Trunks, you didn't miss any stream. We just started. Unless you're talking about the Bayformer stream, which, yeah, you can always feel free to check back on that. But
That one was a
yeah,
slog.
yeah, that was like nearly 6 hours,
Yeah,
and
and
that's
then
like it was half the size of this. So
yeah, so yeah, this one's definitely getting broken up because this one is scary long.
yeah. Although, let's be honest, I think we're gonna make it through at least this our first segment here pretty fast. Goodness gracious, the damn train hit me.
Oh no.
Sorry if you're unfamiliar, Tisha, but I have a redeem on my stream that basically launches a train at me, and
Oh
I
my
have
god.
like a few seconds to make a desperate reaction to it, and
Oh,
before it just absolutely kamikazes me and sends me off the screen.
oh my
But yeah,
god.
all right. Anyways, I think we'll be able to make it through the first half, this first section, pretty quickly because most of the season 1, season 2 characters are pretty familiar to us, I would say.
Most of them
Compared,
for sure. Like I definitely recognize the Constructicons earlier in the list.
yeah,
All the Starscream clones.
yeah. I made sure to include as many of the named ones as possible.
Okay,
So
wonderful.
now, oh crap! I've actually forgot to put Optimus Prime on my desk. I'm gonna do that real
Oh no.
quick.
Oh no, not Prime. Don't forget Prime.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm not grabbing his trailer. That's a little bit further away. I have his gun and his axe, which should be enough.
Wait, you have a figurine with his trailer too? Holy shit.
Yeah, the recent Commander class issuing that was, I think, made last year.
Oh my god, that sounds so cool.
Yeah. Anyways, the $1 million question: what do we name these tiers? I think we should, at least for S tier, I think we should stick with what we had last time.
You got the touch.
Yeah,
Yes,
of course.
that's we love that one. I mean, considering that's the generation that's referencing, yeah, it's only fitting.
Now the rest of these tiers, I'm trying to think. Trying to think of like memorable lines that would fit in for this.
Um,
Actually,
maybe like. Go ahead.
I got one. I got one
Okay.
for D tier, and it fits perfectly. Not sure if you saw that line, but
I don't. I don't think I zoomed in far enough to see what you typed there. Oh,
yeah, I might have to.
lipstick twig deck.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to zoom in regardless, just so we could get a better look at some of these characters. Because, okay, yeah, some of the tapes are cut off, but
Oof.
you know, that's just what we got to deal with. Sometimes we got to zoom in. Now for
Yeah.
C, I thought one up for this. Thought you were made of sterner stuff. And Megatron stole this line from him and from Optimus in Devastation. If you didn't know.
I guess no. I don't think I'm familiar actually.
Oh yeah, well you should definitely, if you get the opportunity to, definitely try to see if you can get your hands on Transformers Devastation.
Okay, the ones I had in mind personally were Prime, you know, the one that aired alongside like My Little Pony during that era,
Oh.
and what was the other one? Transformers Animated, because I saw a box set for it at the store the other day and I wanted it really badly.
Yeah, you told me that. No. I think power of a prime. That honestly probably would have been better for S, but you know, you got the touch is way too iconic.
No, you're so right. You're so right. I think it's good so far, but I don't know anything for B. I'm blanking.
I think we'll just stick with mid for now, unless chat manages to think up something better for it.
What's that one reference to the movie, The Universal Greeting? How did it go?
Oh, bow weep, grano, weep, ninny bong.
That should be B tier.
Bow weep. I don't think I'll be able to fit the entire thing there. Bow weep, grana, weep, nini. I don't even know if I spelled it correctly, but that's what we'll go
People
with.
will know. People will know what we're talking about.
All right. All right. Now, with all the tiers named, I think we are ready to get right into the list. So,
Yes.
Yeah. First one, I mean, we had to start with Prime first. He's a,
Of course.
and I think it won't take long for us to determine our ranking here. But what do we have to say about Prime? He's an icon, not just of Transformers, but of 80s cartoons and like characters in general. Like, if you think, whenever you hear of Transformers, you think of Optimus Prime and the G1 character design. I know he doesn't have a mouth or anything, but that's part of what makes him work.
Okay, yeah, I think a trend that we're gonna see is I really like the whole design of bots with like those face plates that just move like that. They're not incredibly common. Like Wheeljack is another example of that, but I really like that design. And even though that some people might call it like Blocktimus Prime. Like it works for what it is. It's not like clunky or overly. I don't know. It's a really good design. It's quintessential to Transformers as a whole, I think.
Exactly. And you got to love his transformation where his trailer just up and disappears.
It's silly. I know that we're going to see a lot of math shifting in the designs between their alternate forms, but it works.
Also, I just want to bring this up real quick. He uses, you know how he has the Energon axe, right? He
Right.
uses that for one scene in the entire G1 cartoon. And yet it somehow became part of like his main character design in the Bay films. Well, maybe not so much with like the axe, but it's sort of like it translated over with the sword.
Yeah. Which that's funny because like the one Optimus Prime figurine I have is him with his Energon axe in his hand, and I don't even remember when he used that in the show.
Yeah, it was the second part of, what was it? More Than Meets the Eye, which is like the 3-part pilot.
Right.
Now, anyways, I think we said all that needs to be said. With S tier,
Absolutely.
yeah, it wasn't even a contest.
Like, how could you put him anywhere less? Really? How?
It, unless you just like don't like Transformers, in which case you probably shouldn't even be watching this stream. But anyways,
If you don't like
we're all
Transformers, what are you gonna
Transformers here, and
do?
we think Prime is awesome.
Yes.
All right, next up is another icon, B.
All right. I feel like I have some controversial opinions here.
Let's hear them.
All right, so if you were here for the last stream, you would know that I fell in love with Bumblebee due to his original Bayformers design, and I didn't hate his alternate mode in Bumblebee, which was based off of G1, but at the same time, it's not my favorite iteration of Bumblebee, especially with like the roof of the car being like his chest. That's always been weird to me. Like his little tootsies are the headlights of the car, and it's not a bad design, but it's just not my favorite. It's I don't know. It's never been my favorite. Bumblebee was not that didn't stick out that much to me when I watched G1 for what little I watched it.
Yeah, he kind of plays the same role that he does in G1 in the Bayformers, where he's like sort of the rookie, but he somehow ends up getting a lot of screen time, partially because he's partnered with the Witwikis.
Right. And I'm
Now,
well aware he's a fan favorite.
Yeah, and he's sort of like he started off as just a guy in G1, whereas like in every other iteration later on, he would have some sort of like mostly vocal tied trait where either he can't talk, he talks too much. He's ET, but he's also Herbie. He's lubricating the man. I ripped that straight out from Pointless Hub, by the way.
Yes. Yes, that guy.
Anyways, I think, he's all right, but compared to some of the others here, doesn't really stand out. I still want to put him up in like at least above B.
He definitely deserves at least high B tier, maybe even like the middle of A.
Yeah,
I'm comfortable putting him in A.
I'll put him in A for now, just based off design. And also, one of the few survivors of the 86 movie. You got to give him props for that.
Yeah, not even Prime survived that one.
Yeah. Oh, also, quick question. Are you thinking the same opinion? I might be getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but are you going to have the same opinions of Cliff Jumper when we get to him? Because he's basically Bumblebee but red.
Probably, if anything, a little lower, just because Cliff Jumper is even less significant in my head.
Yeah, at least in the context of G1.
Maybe I'm just missing the episode where he had like a really touching story arc or whatever. I'm not aware of that, and that's my bad, maybe skill issue. But like, if that's the case, then how can I rank him any higher than B himself? He has less screen time. He's less of a. I mean, I know some people in the community really like him, but he's not my favorite. Neither is B.
Well, he does have a moment, but again, we probably didn't see it. All right. Well, on to the next character. I might not be going exactly in order. I kind of wanted to do the characters that appeared in the first movie, first, and sort of like the faction leaders. So next up we have Jazz. Good old Jazz.
Ooh, I do like this design. This is a very nice one. It has the visor thing about it, which is something I'm really about. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I think we both like the characters that either have a visor or the mouth guard. And Jazz, I think he's like one of the first characters to have the visor, and he rocks it pretty well.
Yeah, not to mention his vehicle form being like this sports car type thing is really cool.
Yeah, I know exactly what mode he has. He's a Porsche 935 race car, and that is one of the most iconic sports cars, one of the most iconic race cars of all time. And so, yeah, it wasn't like a 1-for-1 copy in the show, but his toy, it definitely was. But yeah,
oh my god, yes,
he definitely had. That. He's another one of those characters who had quite a few moments. The one that comes to mind for me is when he was like, when Blaster was blasting music into headquarters and he just started dancing. He loves Earth culture, and you gotta love him for that.
Oh, they kept that aspect of him for Bayformers. They're actually pretty true to who he was in the show.
Hmm. Well, aside from the dismemberment at the end of the film,
That was upsetting.
rip Jazz. I gotta do this again.
Hashtag
Dang
justice
it!
for Jazz.
Dang it! Fire.
Oh boy, where are we going? Where are you taking us, Exo?
Yeah,
Where are you taking
I'm going up. Nope, not.
to Reddit? Oh dear.
I'm trying to find the picture of like Bayverse G1s. Let's see if I could find that image, that post again. Well, see, this is actually justified here.
Yeah, that actually looks really cool.
But that wasn't exactly what I was looking for.
I know what you're looking for, the fucking meme image.
Yeah, the memes and the meme images with like Devastator having the giant ass mouth and then Jazz getting split in half.
Not to mention Hound looking
John Goodman bot. Anyways, it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to find it like now, but if it ever comes up, again, might be able to. Anyways, where are we thinking of putting Jazz for now?
He's above B in my opinion. Definitely high A tier, maybe S tier, but then again, that's pretty high praise for this early in the video or stream, I should say.
Well, we did put Prime up there, but his placement was kind of justified. I think for me at least, I'll settle with him in S tier, but he probably will get pushed down later on in the list.
Probably. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Again, also survived the 86 movie. Unlike our next two characters.
Oh my god.
Ratchet.
Now that I'm looking at them side by side, I didn't realize how similar Ratchet and Ironhide's designs were.
They're literally the same alt mode, except, Ratchet is an ambulance while Ironhide's just a regular Nissan Vanette van.
Is there an ambulance Nissan Vanette van? Like, is that a thing?
I think so. Let me search it up. Nissan Vanette ambulance. Yep, oh, yeah, apparently there is.
Oh, damn, look at that. Okay, so that makes sense. As for his G1 design, he's lacking an element of like sleekness that I desire out of my G1s. Like you can have like flat-chested characters, but this one feels like he has like a rack going on almost. Like
God yeah, damn, he does.
His head design is okay. It's not like disgusting. It's just not.
I would say
really
better than the
favorite.
I'd say better than the Bayverse movies.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I like the little crest crown that he has rocking there.
Yes. The color scheme is nice to look at. That's definitely a plus for him right there.
Again, better than it's the stereotypical ambulance color scheme. Kind of what I'm rocking right now.
Yeah, and I would have preferred if the Bayformers did have a little closer to this design instead of like the weird yellowish color.
Yeah, the airport fire truck paint scheme.
Which is fine, I guess, but that's still, if the entire point is to be a robot in disguise, why would you be disguised as a car that is not common everywhere else besides airports specifically?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
in fact, he didn't even land in an airport. It was at a baseball field, I believe.
Yeah, that one was an entrance. But as for his G1 design, it's not horrible. I think A tier is comfortable, maybe a high B tier.
Yeah, I think again, this is another one of those cases where it's going to be like, I'll settle with A tier, but he's probably going to end up getting pushed down as we go throughout the list. Now, Ironhide. Some might say the default Autobot design.
Is it a bad design, though, even if it's just the default?
No, if anything, that's sort of like a compliment because that's sort of where all the other Autobots are based on.
Right.
The red, though, yeah. There's a lot of Transformers in G1 that are red. I mean, just look at Cliff Jumper and Sideswipe.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's not to say that, again, I like the design, like the character, even though he really gets like one episode to himself. But overall, I would say the design's all right. His personality is all right. He is actually also voiced in G1 by Peter Cullen. So
Oh, really?
yes, he is.
Huh.
Yeah, and
I know that.
that one episode I was talking about, he tells Prime that he's retiring from active service, and he's basically Peter
Right.
Cullen's basically telling himself he's retiring. And I wonder how well that went. Didn't last for
Oh,
long
when
though. He ended up getting re-enlisted at the end of the episode.
right. But
Anyways,
his design is, I think the only real significant difference is his head and his color scheme as far as like comparing him to Ratchet. And
mm-hmm.
I think his head looks a little better because it's like less busy, but his color scheme is less than Ratchet's in my opinion. It looks a little dull in my opinion.
Yeah, again, it's all red there, and honestly, and going to the head design, that almost reminds me of like a gladiator helmet
Right.
or a
Which is
centurion
maybe the
helmet.
point because he is meant to be like a warrior.
Yeah, the stereotypical grunt of the group,
Yes.
despite us having like two more characters coming up that would fit the bill. But anyways, where are we thinking of putting G1 Ironhide?
Maybe just below Ratchet, just because he's comparable. Their designs are comparable in my head. They're not entirely different, but they're. I like Ratchet a little better just from his color scheme alone.
Yeah, I can agree with you there. And again, the red makes him stand out less in a group of mostly red bots.
Absolutely.
All right, now we're transitioning over to the Decepticons. And I think we have
Ooh.
another easy S tier on our hands.
Oh yes.
Here's a question for you. Do you think it would change your opinion on Megatron if he turned into a gun or a tank in the G1 cartoon?
I honestly would prefer it if it made a little more sense because this is probably one of the most egregious examples of mass shifting in the entire show because he goes from an actual full-size bot to like a gun for Starscream, which always felt weird to me. Like, what do you mean your leader turns into a gun for you to shoot? What is this Soul Eater bullshit?
Yeah, hey Emil, glad to see you could join us. Yeah, I agree with you there. And like, I have a figure of Megatron and he turns into a tank. It is based off of his movie appearance. But
Right.
yeah, the whole thing with him turning into a gun is kind of ridiculous. In fact, the gun he turns into is actually like a pack-in accessory for him. It would have made sense for him to turn into a tank, but it was based off of a transforming gun toy that Takara made. So, it was in from what I was told, the only toy in Takara's line that would have been comparable in size to Optimus Prime.
Which makes a little sense. It's meant to be. I know for like, if I have to get into the perspective of this show was designed to make toys, and that's exactly why his alt mode is the way it is. It's like a decent sized figurine that transforms into like a child sized gun. Like that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. As for personality, well, he's the Decepticon leader, and all he really cares about is power. He wears his ignorance and stupidity on his sleeve in a way. I mean,
That he does.
just look at his interactions with Starscream up to the movie.
Oh my god. I see him next, so I have some things to say about him.
Yeah, definitely. Anything else you want to say about Megatron before we put him in his inevitable place?
Nothing in particular. I mean, there's that you have Optimus Prime as the quintessential Autobot. Here you have the quintessential Decepticon. So I don't know what else to say to say there. Yeah, it's good. I like it.
Yeah, definitely. Up an S tier. Right
Yeah,
next
if
to
anything,
Prime.
just behind Optimus. Yeah.
Yeah, they're faction leaders, so they deserve to get put up right next to each other.
But also, they feel like they have the most thought put into them, like design wise. Like Optimus looks like your hero protagonist, and Megatron is the absolute antithesis to that.
Definitely. Yeah. Emil likes G1 Megs, but the only thing that bugs bugs him is how tall the fusion cannon is compared to his arm. It's larger than his
Yeah,
arm. Yeah,
yeah, that's like
and
I mean,
that's supposed to be the scope of his gun mode there.
it being like this massive arm cannon in his robot mode is a bit weird. That's probably why he's a bit less than Prime in my opinion, because that motherfucker, that's clunky. He carrying around that piece at all times. Goddamn.
Yeah, I wonder how strong his right arm is compared to his left arm, but they're robots. They don't really need to worry about working out.
Right.
All right, next up is debatably the best character in G1.
I think so personally, like personality wise, yes.
Too bad. Guess that makes me the new leader.
Immediately dive
Yeah,
bombs into a pile of energon.
yeah. All right. Now, what else to say about Starscream that, we don't already know? A coward, thriving, opportunistic, but also at the same time, we love him for that.
Exactly, like that's what makes him such an endearing character, and his design just sells it.
I will say, though, as an av geek, as an aviation fan, a red, white, and blue jet, I can't help but think that he would fit well with the Air Force. What was it? The Thunderbirds team.
Right.
But, different jets. Anyways, what else is there to say?
Sorry, not only is it designed off of iconic jets, but his robot mode just makes it so good. Like his cannons being tied to like his upper arm so he can point with them while still being mobile and have I love that aspect of his design, not to mention the cockpit sitting in his chest. Like it looks so good. I want a G1 Starscream figurine like so bad. He's so good. I love this design.
That time might be coming soon since he is rumored to get a Studio Series 86 release.
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, they just released Thundercracker. Skywarp is next, and then inevitably they're gonna have to do Starscream, and they're likely gonna do him with the Coronation gear as well.
Oh my god, I would love a Coronation Starscream figurine, but yeah, I think this design is really, really strong. It's one of the best in G1 in my opinion.
Yeah. Were we thinking an S tier though?
I say above Megatron, honestly, because like if it was a personality thing, maybe he would be less than Megatron, but strictly talking about design, I think he's much stronger than Megatron, actually.
And he's also smarter, technically, so
It's debatable. Debatable.
He
Like,
always points
cunning,
out he does commonly point out the flaws in Megatron's plan, even because like this one time he pointed out that the Autobots were like using disguises to like pose as Decepticon cars, and
right?
Starscream sniffs him out like just like that. But Megatron, goldfish brain that he is, all power obsessed, he doesn't take the hint.
Right.
But yeah, and he also, despite getting dusted, he does survive as like a ghost and eventually gets resurrected.
Which is a weird lore point because I don't know if any other Transformer in the series does this.
Yeah, no other Transformer, to my knowledge, has the mutant spark that Starscream does.
He's just a genetic freak of nature as far as our universe goes.
Yeah, definitely. But that makes him all the more interesting. So I think he deserves a spot above Megatron.
Yeah, like maybe I'm a bit controversial for like a Starscream more than Megatron, but that's just me because he. So if Megatron is like the quintessential design for a Decepticon, Starscream is like the quintessential design for the fucking sleazeball second in command who's always trying to usurp his master.
I like that. I like that a lot. And yes, Emil, the Seekers are peak. Definitely.
Yes. Yes, the other ones are definitely going to be, if anything, slightly lower, only because at that point it's really just their color
their
schemes that are
design,
different.
yeah.
Yeah.
And to be for me at least, these two are kind of like opposites of each other. I like Thundercracker's personality, but I like Skywarp's design. At least in terms of like and he has the
Yeah.
more overpowered ability
I
as
forget which
well.
one that is.
Thundercracker, he can shoot lightning and cause sonic booms, which technically all jets can, all the Seeker jets can. And
Right.
Skywarp, he can literally teleport.
Yeah, that's a little OP.
Yeah, but I think these two are going to end up next to each other. Thundercracker, I'd say he's even more of a traitor than Starscream is, because in like one episode he tries to undercut Starscream by like convincing an Autobot to destroy like the Decepticon weapon.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And Starscream literally calls him out as Thundercracker, you putrid traitor.
You know it's bad when Starscream's calling you a fucking traitor.
Exactly. Yeah.
But as for design, probably not as strong as Starscream, just because I like the white in Starscream's design. But it's still very, very strong because it's basically the same model, just recolored.
Yeah. And I know some people are not a big fan of recolors and reducos. I love them for that.
It really depends on how you do it because of the Seekers, I actually think that Sunstorm is my favorite just because yellow and orange and white is a really strong color scheme in my opinion.
Oh, don't worry. We'll be getting to him in a little bit.
Okay, good, because he's one of my favorites. But yeah, I think Thundercracker and Skywarp should be very similarly placed. I think Skywarp just a little higher than Thundercracker.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't matter. They're going to end up next to each other regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would still say like S tier. And, I'm kind of doing my service as an aviation geek by putting them in S tier.
Yes.
Yeah, Emil's pointing out the episode where he's in front of, I'm guessing he's talking about Starscream's ghost. He's in front of Octane and he's like, oh, I'm a ghost. And Octane pisses his pants his head sticks out of his alternate mode. And it's like, it's extremely funny, but Octane's not going to be covered for a long, long while. He's near the back half of the list. Yeah, all the way down in season 3.
I see how far you're scrolling, my god.
Yeah, and keep in mind, I am zoomed in quite a bit here.
Okay.
But yeah, he is near the back of the list, which is ironic because I think he's like the first Decepticon triple changer released. Unless they were all like released at the same time. Excuse me. All right.
Okay, I almost honestly forgot about. I mean, Astro Train came to mind, but we'll talk about him later.
Yeah, and his partner in crime, Blitzwing. All right.
Yes.
But next up we have Shockwave. Oh, Shockwave.
Oh, Shockwave. Oh, Shockwave. Not only are you a psychotic mad scientist, but you're also one of my favorite designs in the entire show. Like his arm cannon, his little face being like that tube with a little eye. He's so creepy looking. He's probably one of the first Transformers in this list that is like not like cool, but more so like scary or creepy looking. And that's kind of the entire point because he's a scary motherfucker.
Yeah, even though the cartoon didn't really do the best at translating that over. In fact, he got bested by Starscream quite a few times, which you wouldn't expect from a crazy mad scientist who is debatably the smartest on the entire Decepticon faction.
He's literally like their scientist, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the Wheeljack equivalent for the Decepticons.
He's evil Wheeljack. Got it.
Yeah, and just got to point this out. He's one of the few. Like Jazz is also one of these fits in this camp, but his design translated pretty well from G1 to the Bayverse movies.
Yeah, because in the Bayverse movies, he looked really, really cool. Like they cramped up the creepy factor. Yeah, what am I trying to say? They turned up the creepy factor like tenfold. It was amazing. And this is where the design came from. So I have to give it some respect.
Yeah. Emil, your favorite Seeker is Thundercracker. He's the best written. Probably second to Starscream because you can't beat Starscream in my opinion. And
he's too iconic.
Octane deserves more love. Oh, I'm sure we'll give him some love in because we're only going to be heading up to season 2 to the end of season 2, and he doesn't appear until season 3. But yeah, we'll definitely be giving him love on the next stream.
Even
But
in
yeah.
season 3, then oh yeah, Starscream's ghost because he's just gets disintegrated by Galvatron in the movie. That's right. Anyway,
All right. Well, as for Shockwave, again, I don't think he actually mass shifts when he becomes, the laser pistol, which is kind of funny when you compare it to Megatron.
it's a weird aspect of his design, honestly. I never really loved his alt form. Like most of my love comes from his robot form.
Yeah, kind of understand that. But yeah, I definitely think he's going to get a high placement here.
No lower than A tier for certain.
All right. I feel like, yeah, I'm also feeling like at least low S tier for him. Again, it might be another case where he gets pushed down a little bit.
Maybe, but that's fine for now, in my opinion.
Question. Okay, I'll put him like next to the Seekers for now.
It's not like they're set in stone when we decide it. We can shift some people around or shift some bots around, even if it'll work out. It'll work out.
Trust, yeah, definitely. Trust in the process. All right. Yes. Next up is another one of our favorites, Soundwave.
S tier.
Easy S tier.
S tier. Do I even have to explain? Like the mass shifting, yeah, that's another problem here. But this time, I feel like it kind of works in his favor because him being a boombox is literally quintessential to everything he is. His tapes, his fucking name is Soundwave, dude.
Yeah, and as a communications officer at the cassette recorder, sorry, I had to make that correction there. The cassette recorder works.
Yes.
And also the monotone digital voice that he has. The fact that he has both a visor and the mouth guard, just
and I did absolutely
say that impeccable.
Those were some of my favorite designs for bots, the ones with the visor and the face mask. 2 of my favorite design aspects. How is he not just going to be one of my favorites?
Also, I want to point this out real quick. He has the shoulder cannon. In fact, a lot of G1 characters have the shoulder cannons. I mean, Wheeljack, Blue Streak, who isn't even blue, by the way. Hound. Soundwave only uses his shoulder cannon once in the entire series, to my knowledge.
Which you think he'd use it a lot more, but he's also got a gun, so
yeah,
maybe that's not entirely necessary. He's got the War Machine from Marvel thing going on.
Yeah, and literally he has an entire miniature army inside of his chest. So
that's something I did want to bring up because I mentioned with Ratchet and Ironhide, they had this rack chest type thing that looked really clunky. This is one that I like a lot more because it looks more sleek and flat. Flat-chested bots are good.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you on that one. And I just want to bring this up. I might be getting a bit ahead of myself, but he doesn't actually appear as this until like the end of, I think, around the Headmasters in one of the Japanese series. But he does end up dying, but he gets turned into this.
What the fuck?
Let me see if I could open the image in a new tab. This is his modified form, Sound Blaster.
I wasn't aware this was a thing.
Yeah, as with most things in Japanese G1. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. I first heard of Sound Blaster when I played Angry Birds Transformers, and it made sense that he was a version of Soundwave, but I didn't know he's a direct upgrade to him that appeared in the Japanese series.
He's got the Nemesis Prime thing going on. I love this.
Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't find a clean PNG of him, so I'm just ranking him with Soundwave. If that's all right.
I think Sound Blast would be even higher than Soundwave, in my opinion, just from design alone.
Yeah, and fun fact, according to Emil, Soundwave's head was the original inspiration for the Decepticon insignia, so...
Really?
Yeah, I can kind of see it.
Huh, okay.
But yeah, do we need to say anything more right now? I think we covered everything.
I think it speaks for itself.
Another easy S tier.
Yes.
I think, yeah, and I am thinking above Megatron. Just again, too iconic. And he actually
Yeah,
survived until again, till the end of the G1 cartoon. He only died in one of the Japanese series. And
which is
then he
rare.
and again, he didn't his death resulted in him looking debatably even more menacing than before.
So him dying, he got an upgrade. Okay, cool.
Yeah, same thing with Blaster, but we'll be getting to him again in a little bit.
Oh boy.
All right. Now we have the task of going through all of Soundwave's tapes because I just wanted to, you can't have Soundwave without his tapes.
How many does he have?
He has Laserbeak, Buzzsaw, Ratbat, Ravage. I forgot the name of these two.
I wasn't even aware of the dinosaur ones. I knew about Frenzy and Rumble.
Yeah, Frenzy and Rumble. Or I are you a believer of Rib Fear or Fib Rear? Rumble is red, Frenzy is blue, or Frenzy is red and Rumble is blue.
Is this like a massive debate in the show because it's not entirely clear?
Yeah, because in the toys, Rumble was the red one, Frenzy was the blue one,
Wait,
and then in the show it's reversed.
Okay, so like the other day, I think I showed you like I was tempted to buy a Funko Pop of Soundwave where his head like split open and they gave you like a little figure. It was the blue one and they called it Rumble and I generally agreed with that.
Oh,
Like that sounded right in my head. I always saw Frenzy as the red one and Rumble as the
interesting.
blue one. Because
Yeah,
isn't Rumble the one that actually has like the pounding things in his arms? Like that makes sense to name him Rumble if he has that ability.
they both do.
Oh, so fuck me then. Okay.
Yeah, I found that out when I was like previewing all the Transformers Devastation characters. They both have the pile drivers as they're called.
Yeah, they're gonna take it to Pound Town.
Exactly. If on Decepticon turf you happen to tumble, look out, robot, cause here comes Rumble. I'm gonna be quoting a
Okay.
lot of lines tonight, so just be prepared for it.
Oh no, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. But going back to Laserbeak,
Yeah, the first tape that we see on screen.
now it's definitely different than what I'm used to since I'm more accustomed to Bayformers. But Laserbeak being like a buzzard type thing, I really like that considering he has a jetpack and everything for speed. He actually looks like a bird. It's one of the very first more animalistic bots we see in the show, and I really like it.
Okay, so Emil gave us the name of those two of the two Dinobots here: Slugfest and Overkill.
Fist and Overkill. Those are such tryhard names.
Yeah, but I think the name fits the bill for both of them. But again, we'll
Yeah.
get to them in a bit. And I feel like I'm gonna sound like a broken record here. Haha, fitting because we're talking about Soundwave's tapes. But his design translated well over to from G1 to the movie because again, he has the machine guns on the back. I mean, sure he's a vulture in Dark of the Moon, but he still a bird. He's a condor in G1.
Yeah, and Laserbeaks. I know maybe it's wrong to keep comparing it to Bayformers, but I really loved Laserbeaks' design in Bayformers. It was so good. But
Hey,
as for G1,
I'm not holding that against you. Again, I'm doing the same thing kind of.
yeah, but as for G1, maybe not the absolute strongest, but far from weak.
Yeah, definitely. I think the tapes are going to get a little bit lower of a rank than Soundwave himself, but
Maybe
that's
most
not
of
really
them in,
saying
like, A
that's not
tier?
really a bad thing because they're still pretty iconic. Well, most of them
Yeah.
at least.
I honestly think that Ratbat and Ravage are more iconic than the others.
Really, I don't really
Like Ravage in particular.
remember Ratbat being involved with too many of like in too many episodes, but Ravage definitely. But yeah, Laserbeak. I'm thinking like in A tier alongside, the other two Autobots.
I can get behind that. Yeah, that's a fair placement for them. Buzzsaw too, because if anything,
Hey,
Buzzsaw a little higher because I'm more biased towards like yellow because I just like that color.
again, they're going to be right next to each other like Ratchet and Ironhide because they're basically the same thing, just recolored.
Yeah.
All All right, next up is Ratbat, which the name kind of speaks for itself. He also has a jetpack on his back, and he's actually one of the
Which
first. He's actually one of the first tape characters that I got. So a little
really?
bit significant. Yeah, actually got him packaged with was the name Ramhorn and Perceptor.
Oh wow.
But yeah, he's supposed to be like an up in the show. He's supposed to be an upgrade to Laserbeak, but in
Which
design,
yeah.
yeah, it kind of makes sense. Even though for me, he looks a little bit wider compared to these two streamlined designs.
But I like it though. I really like what they did here, especially with this color scheme. Like the yellow jetpack's a little bizarre, but like a purple and magenta bat with a black body, that's really cool.
Yeah, I'll concede to that. I still think it's going to be like around the same area as the other two tapes.
Yeah, if
But
maybe a little above just Buzzsaw and Laserbeak in my opinion, but probably not much higher.
all right.
Like I do
Yeah.
remember Ratbat being in Transformers Animated as one of Soundwave's main companions. Get this, in Transformers Animated, Soundwave was like this van type thing with speakers in the back, and a Ratbat was like a transforming electric guitar.
Oh,
Yeah, it was. I love that design so much.
yeah. Considering like his shape, I know the picture is kind of cut off here, but I can totally see him as an alt mode for being an axe guitar.
Yeah, that's literally what it was. Yeah, that's based off of like those Gibson Flying V's.
Yeah. The only weird, okay, Emil. The only thing weird about Bayverse is when Laserbeak turns into a pink Bumblebee for no other reason but to sell an easy repaint.
That was
Nemesis
interesting.
Bumblebee, perhaps.
Nemesis B,
Yeah, but yeah.
Nemebis, if you will. Anyway, Ravage.
Oh boy.
That's probably an S tier in my opinion because for one, Kitty.
A bad kitty though. As
It's
Spike Wiki calls him.
yes. Then is Spike the one in the wheelchair? Because the one scene I remember Ravage a lot is "It's too late, Ravage. I've already destroyed the USB stick" or whatever the fuck.
Chip wasn't the one who called him Spike. Spike isn't the one in the wheelchair. Chip is.
Okay, then that's my bad. But that's the most iconic scene I remember him from because since he's smaller, he can interact with the humans a lot more directly.
Yeah. And also,
But as
I
for,
know he doesn't really use them too much in the show, but the shoulder rockets as well.
those were more utilized in the Bayformers movie than anything because of the base attack scene. But in G1, that's probably since it's really the only thing I remember from him directly. But at the same time, his design is just so incredibly good. Him being like a panther thing. I've wanted like figurines of Ravage for a while. I remember back a while ago, I had ordered it's probably like a Chinese knockoff product, but it was like a USB drive that did transform into Ravage. I love that thing.
Of G1 or Bayverse Ravage?
G1 Ravage.
Okay.
It was based off of G1 Ravage's design.
Yeah, I know that the recent SS86 Soundwave that got released, he does have Ravage along with Laserbeak and Buzzsaw.
Right. But like when I'm thinking of iconic tapes from Soundwave, Ravage is one of them. If anything, he's a lot higher than Laserbeak.
Yeah, definitely. And he does a lot more than just spy on the Autobots. So
He actually gets down and dirty with it.
I'm thinking low S tier for him.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, and just so you all know, actually no, I'll talk about this later when we get to the Dinobots.
Okay.
Anyways, next up is Slugfest, which him and Overkill here, they only show up in one episode and they barely get any screen time. But
Which
as for
is interesting.
yeah, let me actually search up the full picture for you. It's just so that y'all could see Slugfest G1.
Like it's not a bad design, but if they're gonna have a design this cool, why would they use it once?
Yeah, exactly. Like that's one thing we will hold against some characters is that they were underutilized.
Well, I think that's more of a point against the creators than the bot itself, because again, we agree this is a really good design, but it's just underutilized, which if anything, that's points towards it because we're mad that it didn't show up more.
Yeah. Although I will be a bit honest here. Piss mustard yellow plus pink. And sorry, that's the first like color color that came into mind for me.
Honestly, if your piss is that color, you should see a doctor.
Yeah, it's more like mustard yellow. Like Golden's mustard yellow.
Or even like Dijon mustard yellow, like the one with really heavy grains, that type of color. Like not like the yellow mustard you'd see on like a hot dog, but like Dijon mustard you see on like a meat sandwich or something a little more horseradishy. Anyway, yeah,
And
I do think that the color needs work. It's not very pleasing to the eyes. I like the model itself because I love dinosaurs, but this color scheme, I don't think I can do it.
yeah, I think this might be our first one that we put in B.
Yeah, because the color scheme is just not doing it any favors. It really isn't.
Yeah, Ba Weep Grana Weep Nini Ba.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have something to say to you really quick, and honestly, this is anyone watching the stream as well. Anyone who wants to play War for Cybertron, that game, if you remember that, the one for the PS3, it's considered abandonware right now, so it's not hard to get your hands on. It's an amazing game, and I recommend everyone play it, especially if you love the G1 series, because all the designs are based off of that heavily.
I will be getting to that eventually once I finish up Devastation and the list of 15 other games that I have to do or that
For
I
sure.
want to
And yeah, I'm
do.
not
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the Netflix series. I am talking about the PS3 games, yes.
Yeah, War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron. One of my friends is
Oh,
actually
Cybertron, yeah.
yeah, one of my friends actually played through Fall of Cybertron recently, and the fact that you actually play as Bruticus, which there's a reason why I saved him for last. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I'm looking forward to when I eventually get to that.
Yeah, amazing
And
game. Highly recommend. But as for this, yeah, Slugfest is not my favorite of them. But Overkill, I know even less about Overkill, but the design alone kind of works
rough,
for me.
roughly it's roughly like the same deal here. They only appeared in one episode. Yeah, and the white and black dinosaur actually works for me
A lot
compared to
better than
like some.
Slugfest,
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah, definitely. Again, a little bit of a problem that he's underutilized. Again, only one episode, but
Yeah,
design
which
wise, I would
sucks.
say slightly better than Slugfest.
Yeah, if anything, significantly better. Like he deserves A tier for sure.
All right, I'll put him in low A tier. Definitely not better than, at least in my opinion, not as good as Laserbeak or Ratbat, but
Yeah, I can get behind that.
definitely better than Slugfest so far. All right, now Emil says I think Ravage is an A for me, but Shattered Glass Ravage might be an S because he's so cute and the colors are really nice. You know what Shattered Glass is, right?
No.
It's apparently it's a parallel universe comic where Decepticons are good and Autobots are evil.
What?
Yeah.
Is
Chris
this like a
McFeely,
comic storyline?
yeah, it sort of is. And Chris McFeely made a decent video overview about it, but I would suggest like looking into it. Yeah,
That's so cool, actually.
I could totally buy Ravage in a parallel universe where Decepticons are good, as him just being this little fluffball kitty that is really just a companion for Soundwave.
He's a
Occasionally
kitty. What
gets
else do you want?
yeah. Yeah, now we're on to the two humanoid bots who might be on level with Ravage, in my opinion.
Maybe I'm less inclined to agree with that statement in particular, just because I think they're interesting for what they are, but they're just eh. I mean, I like them doing the pile drivers thing. That's always fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you on that. That's like their notable feature.
Yeah, them with blasters is less interesting to me.
I will say though, Rumble, cartoon Rumble, one of the scenes I remember him for was when Megatron originally made the Stunticons, who again we'll probably get to later, he's the one who does all the carjacking. The ultimate Rumble, the ultimate carjacker.
His ability is Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I still think that they at least deserve S tier. Still on level with Ravage though.
All right,
but again, they might end up getting pushed down a little bit because we have 318 characters to rank. So
yeah, I get you.
All right, yeah. So Rumble is going. Yeah, I'll just put him right next to him. Yeah, so Emil says, so maybe I'm wrong, and I think Slugfest and Overkill appear in one of the 4 parts of the Rebirth, which is technically the 4th season of G1, and then it was only made to sell new toys like the Headmasters.
Right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let me look here. Yeah, I have the list here of like what characters appear in what episodes, and they appear in Call of the Primitives.
Which one's dead? Which one's what?
In Call of the Primitives. That's yeah, I won't spoil it for you too much if you didn't watch it yet.
Okay, yeah, I guess not. Holy shit. I want more Transformers media, like physical media, like DVDs or Blu-rays, because I love this franchise. I really do.
Maybe they will make some more with, the 40th anniversary of the movie.
Oh my god, yeah, that's like next year, isn't it?
It's this year.
Oh my god. I thought it was released in 87.
86. That's why the movie line is called SS86.
Okay.
All right, next up we're back to the Autobots now. Wheeljack. Oh, how they massacred my boy in the Bay films.
Which, yeah, I can see how you'd be upset about that. But this is another like face mask design that I like a lot.
Almost looks like a hockey mask with like
yeah.
Again with the 2 glowing ears that glow when he talks, which unique, I'd say.
It's a very interesting design aspect that I think is very charming.
Mm-hmm. And also, like Jazz, he also transforms into a pretty sick-looking rally car or race car.
Yes, those are some of my favorites.
Mm-hmm. And you got to give him credit as well as for being pretty much the inventor up to his supposed end in the movie, where he invents pretty much every Autobot device, including the Dinobots.
I remember a detail about the Japanese series that he just... Oh no, I'm thinking of Prowl, that he doesn't die in that series.
No, Wheeljack actually does appear in one of the Transformers Japanese cartoons.
Oh, huh.
Yeah, like, correct me if I'm wrong. I didn't watch like any of it, just small clips, but he does like resurrect one of the main characters in that series as well.
Right.
In Transformers Victory, I think it was. Yeah, we don't talk about Q Wheeljack. Again, we know what they were trying to do. That doesn't mean it was a good idea, though.
Decent idea, horrible execution.
Yeah, but as for G1 Wheeljack here,
pretty good.
I think another S tier. Again, based on character and design, I would say he deserves it. The question is where. I'm surprised that S tier is as filled up as it is compared to everything else so far.
A lot of these designs are good. What do you want from us?
Yeah, I think we'll put him next to his Decepticon counterpart for now.
Yeah, I can agree to that. I don't think he's stronger than the Seekers, but definitely on par with Soundwave for sure. Or Shockwave. Fuck.
Yeah, it's easy to get the waves confused.
I'm going to start getting a lot of them confused here in a minute because some of these I don't even fucking recognize.
All right. Well, I'll try to fill in the blanks for you then, because again, I watched all the episodes for the G1 American cartoon.
You've seen all of the episodes, all of them.
Yes, I have. All right. Next up, we have Prowl. Um, I would say he's like a background character for most of the show, but his
But
design though,
also, he's such a good character design, though.
if yeah, if Soundwave's head design was the inspiration for the Decepticon logo, I'm pretty sure Prowl's is for the Autobots. If you look at it the right way.
Which is a weird thing to have happen, but you know what? He's a very. I will praise his design a lot. I'm also mad that he doesn't appear in the show as often as he could because the police car thing, I love it. I love it. His
Yeah,
color is just so good.
yeah, so do I. Again, part of my design is part of my VTuber design is inspired by Prowl.
Right. Oh yeah, I can see that because definitely like yeah, I see what you mean.
It's just the fact that police car armor.
Yeah. And he has like the door wing like shoulder pad thing going on that I really like. I always like it when like the front of the car is like his chest. Oh, it's just so good, so good.
Yeah, it
Definitely
works.
A tier for sure.
Yeah, I would agree with that. High A tier, if not S.
I say higher than Bumblebee, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Now we have a reskin up here, Blue Streak.
Now.
Yeah, it's
Oh boy.
And again, I have to make the joke right now. He's not even blue. Silver Streak is blue, yet Blue Streak is silver.
Oh my god, how did they fuck that up?
Yeah, again, it was Chris McFeely recently made a video about about Blue Streak, and apparently he was in fact supposed to be blue. In fact, his original character art made him out to be the blue one. But when Hasbro actually released the character, they got it switched up, so they released the silver one instead with the blue character art, and then they just ran with it for the show.
So they genuinely had like a mistake happen, and then they're just like, "Fuck it, we ball." That's literally how that happened.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
They scuffed it, and they're like, we're rolling with it."
Yeah. Although that did cause quite a bit of confusion later on when they
oh no
again.
Shit, yeah. You swap the names of two characters that clearly worked better with their originally intended names, but after they fucked it up, they're like, it's too expensive to fix it. We're just doing that.
Yeah, the whole I'm pretty sure Silver Streak didn't actually get like an official figure until recently, which I actually got him as well.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, he was released in like a Buzzworthy Bumblebee line, which is like a Target exclusive line, and they basically dug up a bunch of obscure characters, recolors included, and Silver Streak just so happened to fit the bill.
And I mean, it works, I guess. The names still bother me, but as ignoring that, their designs are also pretty strong. They got a lot of the things I like about Prowl, although I can't really see his head.
Yeah, his head is kind of like concealed behind the two shoulder guns that he has. His role is sort of like Autobot gunner, and well, the role fits the model here, I'd say.
Yeah, okay, so the guns make him a little bit weaker than Prowl in my opinion, but not bad by any means. I see a picture of his figurine. That looks awful.
Wait, is it really that bad? Do the pictures really make him out to look that bad?
He looks a lot like clunkier, which is something a lot of the G1 toys really. I would like the G1 toys as a concept, not like to own them.
Oh yeah,
here, I'll send a picture of it.
No, I got the picture up on my screen right now, like the actual original G1 toy. Yeah, those way more oversized than they are in the cartoon.
Like the robot form looks good, but his alt form looks good, but his robot form is just what?
Yeah. The recent figure though, I'd say it does him a bit more justice. You could actually put the shoulder cannons on his. You just keep them on there, and he becomes a pseudo wrecker with like the machine guns on the hood, and you could actually put his gun on top. So that's pretty cool, I'd say. But based on the character in the show, actually find it quite unique that he has. I find it quite interesting that he actually has more, at least from my experience, he has more notable moments than Prowl.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So he has that
So,
going for him.
as for his design, I think it's certainly not bad. I'm not going to call it bad by any means, but I don't know if it's incredibly strong, you know?
Yeah, I would be willing to put him lower than Prowl, maybe even lower than B, but
I think it's fair.
yeah,
That sounds right. That's a good gut feel. Good gut feel.
yeah, I would say better than Ratchet and Ironhide. All right, next up, Cliff Jumper. Good old Cliff Jumper. Another. He really fell off over the years. He went from, he went from surviving the movie to becoming the biggest punching bag in the series.
Yeah, they did him dirty in Bumblebee.
Yeah, and in Transformers Prime, if we want to go into that territory.
Oh my god, what happened to him in Prime is genuinely a war crime.
Yeah, reanimating corpses. If we ever get to that point, that should be classed as a war crime. Actually,
Yeah,
no, it
Dark
is
Energon.
military use of corpses. That is a war crime.
They literally turned him into a zombie using Dark Energon. My guy, that is a fate worse than death.
Exactly.
But anyway, as
The
far as his
Transformers
G1
equivalent
design,
of becoming a Borg drone.
oh god, yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, as for now, for his G1 incarnation, he's basically Bumblebee but red. And again, he has a few notable moments. In fact, the character below him, he actually thinks that he becomes a Decepticon and threatens to kill him.
Oh, I gotta remember that episode.
Yeah, Mirage is no longer one of us. Oh man, I have to go back and
But
watch that one at some point.
as a character, I think I like him better than B, but as his design, I think B's a little stronger just because he's basically just B's model but with some color shifting, and it's not disgusting, but it's not fantastic either.
Yeah, I will say I like his alt mode a bit better than B's, but yeah,
Is it
overall
still
a
the
little.
VW Beetle?
No, it's actually a Porsche 924, I believe.
Oh, that makes him a little better than B in my opinion.
Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't
Like his
matter. I think
color is
they might end up like next. They're going to end up next to each other in the tier list, though,
more than
because
likely.
yeah, because they're again both kind of the same character, just recolored.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at them side by side, I think that's fair. I mean, personally, I'd put him a little over B just because he doesn't have the weird rack chest thing going on, but otherwise, it's good.
Well, he kind of does, but he has a spoiler covering it. But yeah, I think that'll do for now. You know, yeah, that'll do
Yeah,
for
it
now.
works.
All right, Emil says, I hate that Blue Streak is blue in the TF wiki, and there's a concept image of the concept colors, but for some reason they decided to change him. Yeah,
It's
I
a
don't know what
mess.
they were Yeah, I don't know what they were going. Well, what they were thinking when they came up with that. When they came up with Blue Streak's name and assigned him one of the Diaclone robots. And he does seem to agree with us. G1 Cliff looks a bit better than G1B. Okay.
Not by much, but definitely a bit stronger.
Yeah. All right, next up, John Goodman bot.
Oh,
Although
is that my
not
that my
not
boy?
quite the same look, but it is Hound.
Yes. Okay. So not awful. He's like a military jeep, isn't he?
Yes, that's exactly what he is.
Okay. Yeah, he's literally like a Jeep Wiley.
Hmm.
And I really love that vehicle. So his it's kind of strange that his like the engine of his car form is exposed, but it's not an awful design.
I feel like that might actually be an animation error, unless I don't know. I might be misremembering this.
Well, there's like a 3D render of him that has it like that, but I'm not sure.
We'll say though, I kind of, you know how all these guys have shoulder cannons, right? I feel like this one might be the best use of it because it literally looks like a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, which you would see on on a military jeep.
Maybe. I really, really like his vehicle mode. Like, I love this vehicle a lot. I'm not even a huge fan of Jeep as a corporation, but like, I love this vehicle mode.
Also, I gotta say, like in the first few episodes, he was like sort of like what Bumblebee was to Sam in the Bay movies, where
Right.
he basically took Spike out for a drive. He was like the bot he connected with at the beginning until, they switched that role over to Bumblebee. And he
Right.
also has some of the most overpowered abilities, at least in the first few episodes, where he basically has his own hologram generator.
Wait, what?
Yes, that is actually like part of his ability kit.
That's fucking insane, actually.
Hmm. Yeah, Steve Rogers, but a robot. Yeah, I could kind of
Nice.
see that.
But yeah,
I,
I think Hound is pretty strong. I would like if he went in high A tier.
I'll agree with you on that. Better than Prowl.
That's a tough one. I think maybe it's between above Bumblebee or above Cliffjumper for me. It's I don't know.
Okay, then I'll stick with above Cliff Jumper for now.
Okay.
Yeah, I would. I will also say his name might not fit better, but I like his design better than John Goodman bought.
Right.
Again,
I like this design a lot better than John Goodman bought, like
my
significantly. I did
yeah
not like Hound in Age of Extinction.
yeah our opinion. So feel free to disagree with it if you disagree.
Yeah.
All right, next up we have a string of characters who may be slightly less known. Huffer.
Okay. Hopper, I hardly know her. But in all seriousness, I okay, so I really know nothing about this design. Let me look it up for myself. What'd you
The,
say his name was? Huffer?
yeah. As for the character himself, let me quick pull him up on the wiki. Or I'm sorry, I'm
He's
looking
like
at
a
Wikipedia
little
now.
itty bitty truck. What?
Yeah, he's like a little. He's a little Volvo F88 truck, and his character description is him being like a cynical and pessimistic, which that does kind of shine through in the show.
So I'm seeing like two slightly different designs for Huffer. Like one where his head is much more traditional, like bees or ironhides, and then one where he has like a visor face mask type thing going on, which I personally like a little better. But if we're going with the design in your tier list,
Yeah,
probably
toy. That was probably the toy design that you were looking at, which again, he's in the class of mini bots, which they had the visor and the face mask, with the exception of no, I'm thinking of like the recent releases, but B also fit in that description where he had the visor and the face mask, or the mouth guard.
and honestly,
But
I
yeah,
wish B had that design.
in the show they didn't have that, unfortunately.
Yeah, his design in the show isn't nearly as strong as it would be if it was more closer to his toy design.
Yeah, I agree. And the character description of him, not exactly one that stands out in a good way.
No, if anything, he sort of just blends into the crowd. Maybe like B tier for me.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe a
Better or
little bit
worse than
above.
Slugfest?
Probably a little bit worse just because Dinosaur gives me some points. He doesn't really do that for me. If anything, I'm bordering on C tier with this one. It's like the little stovepipe things. Now that I'm looking at his fists, they look really weird to me.
Yeah, I'll concur with you on that one. And plus, like blue and I know when I was in art class back in middle school, they said that like blue and orange is like a color combination that works.
That's
This
closer to like
doesn't.
indigo.
This doesn't for me.
No, like I remember there was a VTuber that exists that I used to like that had like an orange and blue, a purple color scheme that was a bit better than this, but this doesn't work nearly as good as that.
Yeah.
Like you know the Switch Joy-Cons that are like purple and orange. If it was that shade of purple, that would be work a little better. But this weird like bluish purple, I'm not a huge fan.
If I I would agree with you if I knew what you were talking about.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right. Next up, in my opinion, another relatively weak design for a mini bot, Gears.
Ears, huh?
Yeah, I'll pull him up real quick. Okay, another interesting character, antisocial and a self-proclaimed misfit.
Real.
Yeah, tremendous strength and endurance, but becomes an easy target due to limited maneuverability.
He's got the weird head thing that I don't like going on. Like he
Yeah,
looks
that's the main
too.
thing that I don't really like about him. And again, he's another case like Huffer here, where his toy design, even his modern like Walmart release, they had the visor and a mouth guard for him.
That works a lot better because I'm looking at that toy you just mentioned right now, and that looks significantly better. I don't know why they didn't go with this design for the show.
Yeah, I will say
Maybe,
though, he
probably
does have.
because
Go ahead.
oh, I'm gonna say maybe is because it was easier to imprint the visor face mask design on the toy, and they had more freedom of artistic liberty with the details on his face. But I think they went a little too far with that. He looks like. Have you ever watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
I've seen. I no, I haven't watched the show myself, but I have seen like a few memes regarding it.
Okay, so for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, in part five, Golden Wind, there was a character named Pulpo, I believe his name was, and he was like this like morbidly obese character who was meant to be like disgusting and like unpleasant, and that's kind of the vibes I'm getting from him right now. I don't like this.
Yeah. Do you think we got another C tier here?
Probably like, are any of these mini bots going to be good?
I think the next one might be a good one for me. Like, I might be biased though because I have this guy as a figure.
All right, what's his name?
Wind Charger.
Wind Charger. Okay.
Also, Emil says Pipes is another story, which I know you probably don't know, but Pipes is basically a reskin of Huffer. But in my
Oh.
opinion, and in Emil's, he looks a little bit better looking. And again,
Ooh, okay.
I might be a bit biased because I have his toy as well, and he combines with a tank to make this absolutely ridiculous looking. I might have to send you a picture of it if I didn't already.
I'm looking at pictures for Wind Charger, and his robot form is okay, but I really like his vehicle form.
The Pontiac Firebird.
Yes. You know I
Yeah,
love the 87 Camaro, so this is the Pontiac Firebird is very similar to that, so I'm a huge fan of it, honestly.
yeah. And again, I might be biased for the toy, but his recent SS86 toy, one of the most satisfying transformations I've ever done in a while, because you know he doesn't have much visible car parts in his alternate mode. That's mostly because it's contained within his legs here. Like the
Right.
entire shell of the car is contained in here, and then you just flip it over, you unfold it, and then it clamps over his robot mode. And that's just, it feels so smooth to do.
Okay, so I can definitely side with this one being pretty high. It's his weakest part of him is his robot form, but I'm in love with the Pontiac Firebird design, especially with that candy red color. I love that.
Also, got to mention this real quick. He can cast magnetic fields that can attract or repel large metal objects. I don't know
Is
if
that like the little plastic piece I saw with that one toy in the pictures?
yes, it is. And I
Okay.
don't know about you, but it kind of gives me vibes of the what was it? The 80FX Morgan. It has an ability similar to that, where it literally just
What?
yeah,
Yeah, I see what you mean.
it's an ace combat plane that has basically a magnetic field at the back that repels missiles and bullets.
Okay.
But yeah, just for that alone, I'm thinking we at least put him in A tier.
I agree. I can agree to that.
Yeah.
I don't want an A tier so far. I say above Ratchet.
Yeah, I'm trying to fit him there.
Okay, good.
Not better than Blue Streak in my opinion, but he doesn't have as much that stands out compared to Blue Streak, but
Blue
I would
Streak's
still
robot
say
form looks a lot better.
yeah, but still a strong design overall, I'd
For
say.
sure.
All right. Next up is Trailbreaker, who I'm pretty sure he has a similar ability to Windcharger.
Trailbreaker.
Let me quick look at this. Main characters, Trailbreaker.
He's got like a weird shoulder cannon thing going on.
That's not even a shoulder cannon. It's like attached to his spine or something.
What the hell? Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be like. That's supposed
Like
to
a
look like an
Toyota
engine
Tacoma
super.
truck.
It's supposed to look like an engine, like those supercharger blowers that you see sticking out of the hoods, of some muscle cars. That's what that reminds me of.
The one that's like completely not in his ultimate form at all. That one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me wait. Hold up. Let me point out what I'm talking about.
Oh, it's supposed to be like a camper. Okay.
Yeah, the little. Actually, I didn't notice that he had. The picture did again cut it off a little bit, but I'm talking about the one that's on our right side. That reminds me of like a supercharger blower that you see sticking out of a muscle car.
Yeah, I definitely see what you're talking about, but it's definitely I don't understand why it's there
Yeah, it doesn't appear in his alt mode. In fact, the
at
Toyota
all.
Hilux, you don't see that on that
I thought it
car.
was a Tacoma. It looked like a Tacoma to me, like especially like a 90s one.
Kind of like the same thing.
Right.
But yeah,
Okay, so
as for its
not
design, I go on.
I'm sorry, it's not awful. It's maybe B tier, but like it's not obscene. I like the gun thing that Shockwave has going on.
I didn't. Yeah, he has this little shockwave gun, and he also has a visor. Got to give him props for that. And he also,
True.
again, like Windcharge, he's a stupid overpowered ability, which only appears a few times, where he has this invisible force field generator.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
He's like armed to the teeth, even more so than like Ironhide would be. What the hell?
yeah, it's kind of crazy now that I think
He's
about
like,
it.
I think the only Autobot that's more armed than him would be like Warpath.
Warpath literally only has one gun, and it's his little tank turret.
Which, yeah, but okay, this is not an awful design. Maybe low A tier, high B tier.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Um, better or worse than the cassettes?
Maybe just below Laserbeak.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, Emil likes Trailbreaker mainly because of Skybound, but his design is kind of meh. I'm guessing he's talking
Yeah.
about like the Skybound comics.
Oh, okay. That reminds me. Have you seen the I remember telling you about the what was that comic called? Last Bot Standing. I won't spoil who's the main character in that one because it's like revealed at the very end of the first comic, but oh my god, it's amazing. I love that storyline.
Yeah, maybe I'll get to it at some point.
Yeah, they're hard to get your hands on. Anyway, who's next, Mirage?
Yep, that's Mirage.
Yes. Okay.
He has a different mode in like every continuity he appears in,
But like,
but
isn't the point
he
of
looks
him
good
is that
regardless.
isn't it the point of him, like his ability is that his vehicle mode is very fluid?
Yeah, he turns into an F1 car.
Oh my god. And then his design in Rise of the Beast was pretty strong, and I think it's more reminiscent of that. At least that's a design I like.
Yeah, the color scheme is almost one for one with his appearance in Rise of the Beast.
Right.
Although his abilities, they kind of got swapped with Hound. See, in the G1 cartoon, he could turn invisible, hence the name Mirage. But in Rise of the Beast, he has the whole holographic projection thing that Hound does.
Okay, so I think as far as his G1 design in a vacuum, pretty freaking strong. Like the blue and white works really well in my opinion.
Yeah. And the whole, invisibility gimmick, the fact that he turns it into an F1 car, and
He's
I guess the
also
shoulder
got the
rocket launcher, not quite as good looking as Hound's, but it's pretty damn sharp, both literally and figuratively.
It looks like it'd make him a little top heavy, if anything.
Yeah. Well, again, the robots. Do they really? Does that thing really matter to them?
I don't know. I mean, it's just a weapon, so maybe not. I don't know.
All right.
But definitely a pretty strong design. I do like this. I'll let you place it ultimately, but yeah,
All right.
good for you.
Well, I would say I'm thinking between. I'm thinking
Maybe as
a,
yeah,
above Prowl for now. Top
yeah,
of A
because
tier.
that's I do like Prowl, but Mirage is pretty cool. I gotta put respect on his name.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Next up. Oh boy, Brawn. Another mini bot whose design was done pretty dirty in the show, in my opinion.
So he's the reason I know about Braun is because at my local Walmart, he is like the one figurine that is like never sold out. Like no one wants him ever. It's actually really funny. Like
Yeah,
the
the
bees and the Optimus Primes are always sold out usually, but Braun is just sitting there like fucking five of them on the shelf untouched. No one loves him.
yeah, until they got put on clearance, and then all of them were gone, and so was Sea Spray.
Yeah. Same, yeah, Sea Spray I like though. Braun, not so much.
Yeah, Mirage was, yeah, according to Emil, Mirage was always cool. Maybe an obscure pull, but for Machine Wars Mirage, his favorites. Machine Wars Mirage was my favorite color scheme for him.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
I have
Yeah.
to look that up.
Yeah. But as for Braun here, ugh, color scheme is definitely not the best. Again, he has that mustard yellow and dark army green. Kind of tries like it's kind of like he's trying to merge hounds and bees color schemes together, which I don't vibe with too much.
Okay, I looked up the Machine Wars Mirage. It's like an F1 car with like a almost like what shade of green is this? It's almost like a dark, not really a forest green, but like a little bit lighter than that. And it's like an F1 car. I really like that design. But
Let
anyway,
me search it
back
up
to
then.
okay, yeah,
Mach-
Machine Wars Mirage. I
Machine
see why
Wars.
he likes this design a lot.
Oh yeah. Although some of them, yeah, it's sort of like a teal on him.
Yeah,
But yeah, the F his alt mode is debatably looks even better than the
yeah.
G1 form.
Like the
But
original toy doesn't look fantastic, but like some reprints and remodels, oh yeah, like this one that I'm looking at right now, this one looks fucking phenomenal. I'll send it to you.
all right.
Yeah, that Mirage figure
Oh
looks
my,
awesome.
yeah. They did
Yeah.
both. They did it in both this color and the original Mirage color scheme. And yeah, they both look pretty damn awesome.
But
Now
yeah, back to Braun.
back to Braun. I again, the color scheme here is like he's trying to merge Hound and Bee's color scheme, which again, not a fan of. The head design is another one that was done dirty by the fact that he has the visor and the mouth guard as a toy, but not in the cartoon.
Why he got no neck?
Good question, actually.
Why he got no neck, bro?
Yeah, he got freaking top shelf as a neck. He has a top shelf for his neck.
Yeah.
And his alt mode, I don't think that does him much favors either. It's a Land Rover Series 3, and I'm just not a big fan of the vehicle.
It's okay. It's okay. The alt form is okay. The robot form is not a fan. I'm really not.
Yeah,
I guess I can understand why no one loves him at Walmart. His robot mode looks really shitty.
Well, at least it's a toy deco there where he has the visor and the mouth guard. But in the cartoon, yeah, no, I'm thinking another one that belongs in C tier.
Yeah.
Probably.
Wait, do we have an F tier at all?
Well, I guess Dipstick Tape Deck is F tier for now.
Oh, so wait, do we not have a D tier? What? Oh, okay.
S A.
We have 4 tiers.
B. Yeah, I guess.
I just realized we only have 4 tiers.
I don't think we deserve an F tier because let's be real, we're Transformers fans. We should at least like some parts of their designs, but
it's not like in Bayformers where like that was that one little fucker I could not get behind, the little like gremlin bot.
Yeah, we hate that thing. I think it was like Igor, whatever it was.
I hated his name. I hated him. I hated him so much. But as for these, not bad. Braun is definitely one of the weaker designs I've ever seen in this from the series in particular.
Yeah, Emil, Braun is one that I don't hate. The most interesting about him is that he has super strength. Oh, and he's also the one that made up this line. So,
Oh, the dipstick tape deck one?
yeah, it was either him or Windcharger. They were both in the same scene, but I think it was Braun who did that.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't. I'll. This might sound a bit harsh, but I did not feel bad about him dying in the '86 movie.
Also, we have even more Seekers coming up. I didn't realize there was this many.
Yeah, again, we'll get to them in a little bit.
Okay. Okay. So
Next
for now,
up
who's
is
next?
yeah. Next up is a one-hit wonder, Hauler. Now he's
Hauler?
Hauler. He's an interesting case because a lot more of him is fleshed out in comics than he is in the main series. He only shows up again for one scene, and that's literally just to lift Optimus Prime out of a hole.
And now that I'm looking at him, he's not the one with the crane arm in a suggestive place. That's a different one.
No, that's not. That's not who that is. Well, don't worry. We'll get to him at like the tail end of the series.
Quick question. Is he orange or green?
His character art is green, which is kind of a hint at his backstory.
Oh, he's a former Constructicon?
Yeah, he's the former Constructicon.
Oh, okay. But he's an Autobot now. He changed teams.
Yeah, and the reason that was given for why he appears in only one episode is because he travels. He's essentially a globe trotter looking for energy sources. So he still has that little bit of like Decepticonism inside of him, even though he's never turned. But you know, a former Constructicon turned Autobot, I could get behind that kind of story. It's just a shame that we didn't see much of him in the show. He was ultimately replaced by Grapple.
Yeah, that fucker. But I honestly, I really like this one. Like his robot form is really strong to me.
Yeah, and his alt mode. I have a kind of a thing for crane trucks, so
I'm less inclined towards his alt form. I do think his robot form looks really, really good.
What are we thinking for this one?
Maybe high B tier.
Yeah, I could get behind that.
A tier is getting kind of clogged.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's going to be even more clogged as the further we get down this list.
Oh, I can imagine.
All right. Next up is Sunstreaker, who, fun fact, was technically the first Transformer ever made.
Really?
Yes. His origins go back to like the line that preceded Diaclone, which was the predecessor to the Transformers. He originally started off as the Cosmic Countach, which was a hint towards his vehicle mode. Then he got moved to Diaclone, where he became the Super Countach, and now he appears in Transformers as, you know, Sunstreaker.
Okay, I like his color scheme. What is his vehicle form supposed to be?
A Lamborghini Countach with a big ass supercharger on the back.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay.
Yeah, that's the little gray things that are sticking out of his robot mode.
Okay, I'm not a huge fan of his head design. Like those weird fins on the side of his face aren't my favorite, but I do like this design a lot.
Yeah, he is supposed to. I think they were when they originally made the toy, he was sort of trying to look more alien compared to like the other Diaclone figures, which again I could kind of see that there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that doesn't mean he's a bad design. In fact, again, I love his alt mode because again, I'm partial to supercars.
Right.
And you know, his character thing, he's like a complete egoist. He likes showing off a lot.
Oh, so he's like a proto hot rod. Okay.
Yeah, and I do remember him for his for like the episode Hoist Goes to Hollywood. He has an interesting exchange with Trax.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to quit? No, but I still feel like a fool. Yeah, but anyways, I'm not quite the strongest robot mode. I like it. In fact, Yeah, I like it. His alt mode is absolutely spectacular. Again, you got to give him props for being technically the first Transformer ever made.
For sure, for sure. I can respect that, but he's still not my favorite, like low A tier at the highest.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. I would
I
say better
say,
than Trailbreaker.
yeah, I mean, personally, I like Trailbreaker a little more. That's just me, though.
All right, well, again, we could change him around
Yeah,
as
there
the
we go.
list goes along. Next up is his brother Sideswipe, which he takes the design and makes it better. I
Yeah,
said,
he's
yeah,
just objectively better.
a lot more streamlined. He doesn't. I mean, sure, he doesn't have the big ass supercharger on the back, but he has a shoulder cannon, which looks even cooler. And the blaster, the red color scheme. He wears the red color scheme pretty well, and the black
Where's it
helmet.
better than? Yeah, where's it better than Cliff Jumper, in my opinion?
Yeah, and again, roughly the same alternate mode without the big ass supercharger.
Right.
A or S tier for him.
That's a hard one. Maybe closer to S tier because I struggle to find anything wrong with this design.
Yeah, I agree. And I also got to say this: he was my main in Devastation for at least for most of the game so far. So
Really?
yes, he is a playable character in that game.
Awesome. Okay, so my recording is already to an hour and 30 minutes, a little over. So I'm thinking maybe we take a 5 for some water and stretch.
Yeah, definitely. All right, guys, definitely take the opportunity for yourselves as well to get yourself water, stretch out, get yourself a snack or anything, and we'll be back.
Take care of yourselves, nerds.
Yeah, we're all nerds here if we're talking about Transformers. Anyways, we'll be back in a little bit, guys.
All right, see you in a minute.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
Yes.
Yeah, and we're starting again. We just finished off with Sideswipe here, which there was something else I wanted to say about him.
Yeah.
Oh, the fact that he got recolored so many times, and yeah, Emil pointed out that that they really like his G2 colors, which I technically have a G2 version of him. They basically inverted his color scheme to where he's red helmet but black body, which
Ooh, that does sound cool.
yeah, that got reused in that concept got used in the War for Cybertron Netflix series where he was basically like a clone of him, which
Ooh.
I thought it was like a cool idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, his design also got reused for a figure called I'm trying to think of like all the uses that all the other characters that use like his like design sculpt. Clampdown, Red Alert, who we'll be getting to in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tiger Track and Deep Cover. Yeah,
What are these names, dude?
exactly. Yeah, they aren't all G1 characters. I think the only one that actually showed up in G1, the cartoon, was Red Alert.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, definitely him and Sunstreaker, the quintessential Lambros.
The Lambros.
Yeah. All right. All right. We're on to one of your favorite Seeker here. This is Sunstorm.
Yes. Oh, my boy.
Yeah, he's like Holler in the fact that he appears for only one scene. And that's
which sucks.
Yeah. It's debatably one of the funniest scenes, at least in terms from a logic standpoint, where he's the one who I think it was either him or Skywarp that launched the Ring of Fire at B and Wheeljack when they were escaping.
Which, Sunstorm, Ring of Fire makes sense. Also, I keep finding this every time I Google him, this one image of him just singing, I guess, like an opera style singing.
Yeah, I don't know why. Is that like his look at his character bio? Is that like part of him is like he enjoys opera singing?
I don't know, genuinely. But yeah, his official art is him like singing. I don't know why.
Yes, Sunstorm. Sunstorm is such a cool name. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. A lot of like the names that end with Storm in this series, like they just work in my opinion. But yeah, I know.
Hold on, listen to this. I'm going to read directly from the Transformers wiki for a second. Sometimes Sunstorm merely believes he is secretly some kind of supernatural being, keeping his comrades away with his odd behavior. At other times, he thinks that he is the living embodiment of the will of Primus, placed by the divine in the universe to deal righteous judgment on the blasphemous. Occasionally, he just hovers silently in the background and shoots at things.
That kind of does align with some of his abilities. Remember, he is sort of like a portable nuclear fusion generator.
Right.
Very radioactive. Despite, fusion being the less radioactive than fission.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this guy absolutely crazy. I wouldn't doubt it if that was what he thought of himself.
He's like genuinely psychotic.
Yeah, and I do want to point out that in one of the comics, he does kill debatably the most morally ethical Decepticon in the in the comics, Flatline. And yes, I do have a figure of Flatline as well.
I'm just skimming his fucking Wikipedia article.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, he's a creature, but as far as his design goes in a vacuum, he's amazing though. He's just so unhinged, and his design with like the orange, sometimes like a creamish color to his white aspects. Oh, love it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like you're gonna say S tier for him.
Yeah.
Not better than the other Seekers though, but I will still say like S tier.
Yeah, maybe just below Ravage. I mean, personally, he's pretty high for me, but yeah, place him where you want.
Yeah, I'll definitely put him there. All right, next up, a little bit of a deep cut character here, Reflector. Quite
Reflector.
Reflector. Another interesting case of a mass shifting character, but this time they're sort of like a reverse combiner. They're three clones that merge together to become a camera.
Huh.
Yeah, and
That's
Emil says Sunstorm's masterpiece gave him fire decals, which look amazing. That
oh
that
my
just
God,
adds that
yes.
just adds to his name, Sunstorm.
Yeah, he was one of my favorite seekers when I was growing up for just no other reason than I loved his color scheme.
Yeah, and I can totally see why. I mean, orange is not exactly my favorite color scheme, but he makes it work.
Yeah, but who's
Definitely.
the one we're talking about? I forget.
All right, we're back to we're on Reflector right now.
Reflector. Okay. Yeah, this is a weird one.
Yeah. Did you actually see any clips of them talking in the show? Because it's again, they're three clones and they all talk in sync.
That would get annoying really quickly.
Yeah, it was. Thankfully, they didn't appear too often and spoke.
Okay, they didn't overstay their welcome. That's good.
Yeah, I will say
The
though,
toy looks really cool.
yeah, an interesting concept, definitely.
Overall not bad, although their colors could be a little better in my opinion. That like dark indigo color that's on who was it earlier? I forget.
Tougher.
Oh, there's so many. Yeah, the weird that color scheme. I'm not a huge fan of that. Like the green makes it work a little bit better, but not by much.
Yeah, I will say though, but I feel like design wise, besides the Seeker, these would be like the default Decepticon soldiers.
Yeah, they look very grunty, very yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know the
exactly.
best term for
As
that.
soon as I say that, Emil says it's so sad that they decided to make Reflector a generic soldier because his original toy, each one was very different.
Right.
But yeah, I still think definitely an interesting concept of maybe not so much like design wise, but the idea of these three guys basically mass shifting and combining to become a camera is
Yeah, yeah.
interesting.
It's probably one of the more egregious examples of mass shifting
Yeah,
because
because
even more
it's
so than
three
like
of them.
Soundwave. Yeah,
But yeah, I
but it's
think
not awful.
I would say like around B
Yeah,
tier. Yeah,
that feels
follow
right.
me. Grano, all
Bawa
right.
bawa grip nini bong.
All right. Now we have the Rainmaker trio of Seekers.
These ones don't work nearly as well. Like the yellow and the green are just like jarring. What are they meant to be? Fucking highlighters?
Kind of. And again, listen to their names. The first one is, well, Acid Storm. The name definitely fits the bill for
Yeah.
this one. Yeah, green. Typically, what do you think of with acid? And his ability is to literally make acid rain.
That's that feels like a terrible OC. I'm sorry.
No, I'm being genuinely serious.
You're
But
you're
yeah,
dead ass right now.
yeah, I'm not shitting you. I know it's somewhere here on the wiki page.
Yep, his name is Deadass Acid Storm.
Yeah, a Decepticon who is apparently highly intelligent, charismatic, and able to manipulate weather on a small scale to make acid rain. Like his two like his two teammates, they only appear in one episode, which a bit of a shame because honestly, of the Rainmakers, I like his color scheme the best.
I mean, I feel like it needs something else. Like the red on his wings needs to be a little expanded. I'd like if it was more, well, purple would give him like Constructicon vibes, so maybe not that. But just some he needs something else for him to like stick out in my mind. Otherwise, he's just green Starscream.
Constructicon Seeker would actually be a pretty dope concept.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
But
I don't
he's
mind
not
Emil.
awful.
I don't mind, Emil. If Spanish was your first language, you're speaking pretty good English right now in the chat right now.
I am not even. I don't even. I am not even seeing chat. But we love you, Emil. You're very good opinions. We like you.
Yeah. As for Acid Storm, I would say like compared to the other Seekers, definitely a bit weaker, but I still like him.
Yeah.
I would think like mid A tier at the
That
least.
feels comfortable. That feels comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah. Power of the
Maybe even like a little bit higher than Laserbeak.
Yeah, sure. Even though it's a bit strange to separate him and Buzzsaw.
I mean, if you want to put him above Ratbat, I'm okay with that.
Definitely then. Yeah, no problem, Emil. All right, next up, Nova Storm. Technically the first female Transformer that we see on screen.
Nova Storm's a woman.
Yes. Yes, they are.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. How a Seeker with the same body as Starscream, who's known to be a male, ends up being female. I don't know. Maybe that's just how the cloning process works. But yeah, I see in this design a slightly weaker design compared to Sunstorm.
I actually kind of Sunstorm's design, like his color scheme, I like a lot more. But Nova Storm, that it's growing on me. Actually, I like the yellow. Like it looks a lot better in different series. Like Earth Spark, she looked a lot better than she does now. But G1, yeah, not bad. Maybe a little bit better than that's
than
honestly
Acid
hard
Storm.
to say. Yeah, I like her better than Acid Storm personally.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that. Just know that they're all gonna end up like around the same area because again, it's like it's a Seeker body, but with mostly one color.
Yeah,
the only thing really different. The only thing that's like really keeping them consistent is the white and red striping.
I feel like it'd be a little stronger if they did take some design inspiration from Sunstorm and Starscream, where they had like the cream or the white on like his upper thigh and like upper arms, things like that.
Well, they do have a little bit of gray.
Solid color. Yeah.
Yeah. And
so definitely a lot weaker than Starscream and Sunstorm, but not bad by any means.
Yeah. Okay. Fun fact. I was gonna kind of talk about like Acid Storm's universe figure, but Emil beat me to it. So universe Acid Storm figure is like has camo on him, which it's like forest camo and kind of suits him. It represents him being burned by acid because of experiments that he was working on.
Oh God.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of that figure. And yeah, I feel like if Acid Storm did go to Earth, he would have like a Woodlands camo thing going on with his robot and jet modes.
Yeah.
All right, now we're on to probably the closest looking to one of the main Seekers, Ion Storm.
What's his whole thing? Because it looks like just another one of the Seekers that's just another repaint. Like they can recycle the same model and put 3 different paint colors on it. Boom, 3 different characters, 3 different toys. Collect them all.
Yeah, that's kind of what they did here, except during the original series he didn't have a toy.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, he's just another one of the Rainmakers whose whole gimmick is to create electromagnetic pulses, which that's a little bit personal to me because like in lore that's like one of my signature abilities.
Okay.
So,
I definitely think he's comparable to Nova Storm.
All right, yeah, I kind of agree with that. I like the blue a little bit better.
Okay, design-wise, like in a vacuum, I think better than Nova Storm, but I don't know. I might do some more research into Nova later because that might be my new favorite Seeker, honestly. Especially with the Earth Spark fucking design. I love that one.
Thankfully, this is the last Seeker that we have to do for, I'm pretty sure, the entire list, so...
Oh, but I see the Dinobots coming up next.
Yeah. But yeah, I think we'll put put him around the same area as the other seeker, as the other rainmakers.
Maybe like for you, just above Nova Storm.
All right. Yeah. I don't know if this is a hot take, but the rainmakers sound a lot cooler than the seekers. I feel
maybe
debatably, but it's another one of those cases where I feel like the characters were underutilized. They were only in one episode, and their whole purpose is just to serve as henchmen to Shockwave, in order to slow down like a parts delivery to resurrect Optimus Prime.
Oh, because yeah, how many times has Optimus died?
Oh man, I think the one time that Laserbeak shot inside of him, and then the other time where he got disassembled and turned into a crocodile.
Optimus Prime.
Croctimus Prime.
Yeah, who's next? That's not Jetfire, is it?
So how do we name him? Do we go by his cartoon name, which is Skyfire, or do we go by his toy name, Jetfire? Yes, it is Jetfire.
So that is Jetfire. Okay.
Yeah. I will again having first known Jetfire from the Bay movies, this design is a complete upgrade.
Oh, for fucking sure. Like, I loved the Blackbird design from the Bayformers, but this just works. It's another figurine that I saw on Facebook Marketplace that at first I was like, this doesn't really look like Jetfire to me, but now that I look at it a little more, I'm like, okay, yeah, I like that a lot, actually.
And plus, the whole backstory behind him being a scientist that used to work with Starscream, that just adds another layer to his character, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And part of him that was also part of him that almost got translated over to the Bay movies, where he was betrayed by the Fallen.
Oh, okay. So they took that little design aspect, or that little lore aspect, and made it into the Bayformers a little bit.
Yes.
Okay.
Design-wise, again, I personally like this design a lot. White and red. It's almost like an ambulance for the sky.
Yeah. It's like Ratchet's color scheme on Starscream's body, which is pretty cool. I like it.
Well, not quite Starscream's body. He has the different shaped wings, and in lore, he's a lot taller than Starscream.
Oh, so he's like a bigger jet. Okay.
Yeah, both in lore and in toy size. I have a figure of Starscream right now, but I don't have a figure of Jetfire. Jetfire is a commander class, which is like the second largest size class, while Starscream is a Voyager. So yeah, he's pretty big. Even one of his lines in the show is, "I'm too darn big to be sneaking around like this."
So yeah, pretty strong design, but maybe mid A tier for me.
I don't know. I feel like at least low S tier.
Okay, but I'm down.
Yeah, not quite seeker category. In fact, he's another case where he got fleshed out in like a few episodes, but then he unceremoniously got offed in a scene where you wouldn't even recognize it was him.
Rip my goat.
Yeah. All right, now we're on to the Dinobots, and of course, we're starting off with Grimlock.
S tier.
Not
no
even
S tier.
Yeah, no hesitation. We don't have to explain why. The question is where in S tier.
It's a fucking dinosaur. Above Sunstorm, in my opinion. It's a fucking dinosaur.
Yeah.
It's a goddamn T-Rex.
Yeah, and again, he might be pretty dumb by Autobot standards, but he has some pretty hilarious lines.
It wasn't it like in one episode, I think it was either Starscream or Megatron just like convinced him and the other Dinobots to betray the Autobots.
Yes, exactly.
Like he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I love him.
He screams at them afterwards, just bad Megatron. It's so priceless.
Oh, and you know, like those autonomous transforming transformer toys, they're more like, you know, those ones that like I'd have to find a video of them, but like they're like voice commanded Transformers toys that like
the Robo
Grimlock has Grimlock has one.
Grimlock is one of them.
I love that one so much.
Would
Yeah,
you get it if you had like $1,000 split on your lap right now?
oh my god, it's like $1,000.
Yes.
Oh my god, no wonder they're so highly detailed. Okay, like if I could, I definitely would. I'd get the Grimlock one in a heartbeat because again, robot dinosaur. How can I not be like? How can I not love that? My autism is autisming right now.
Yeah. And also, he kind of he kind of carried over like a little bit of Wheeljack's genius because he created his own combiner team, which we'll get to later on in the series.
There's a Dinobot combiner team. What?
No, not exactly. He created a team called the what was it? I forgot. I the Technobots.
Oh, okay.
But as for like Grimlock making, he was in he did technically in another continuity, he and the other Dinobots did become a combiner called Volcanicus, which Emil just informed me about. And
Oh,
yeah, I got to quick search this up and show you. Volcanic.
oh, I see. You use
Ah,
Firefox base.
yeah. Well, for now, I just wanted to use something different compared to like my other things. But yeah, this is Volcanicus.
Oh my god.
Yeah, not quite. Doesn't quite carry over the Dino aesthetic of the Dinobots, but still a pretty dope looking combiner.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah, maybe not again. My personal favorite combiner at the moment is Lyle Kaiser, who again we won't be covering until like the end of the series because he's in the Japanese cartoons.
Yeah. I
But
mean, I still
Volcanicus is
love
still a pretty
my.
solid design.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll get to the Constructicons much later too.
Oh no, we'll be getting to them pretty soon.
Are we now? Okay.
Yeah, they're next after the Dinobots and Insecticons.
Okay.
All right, next up, I believe is
Slag, if I'm not
yeah,
mistaken.
Slag. Yeah,
Remember in
he's
the Age of Extinction movie, we couldn't figure out whether his name was Slug or Slag.
yeah, he's the Triceratops.
Yeah, so Triceratops is definitely not my favorite dinosaur, but I can still see how this design's very iconic. Maybe a bit weaker than Grimlock, but still very nice.
Yeah, and in Dino mode, he has the 3 lasers that shoot out of his mouth and his 2 horns.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. And again, like Grimlock, he has a pretty iconic line that actually follows one of Grimlock's. I'll try to read this out in character. Me,
Okay.
Grimlock, no like orders. Me, Slag, no like anything.
Okay, that's iconic. That's iconic.
Yeah,
That's
not
real. That's real.
not quite as strong a design as Grimlock. Again, it's Grimlock. He's
Yeah,
an
Grimlock
automatic
is
S tier, but
amazing. Yeah.
still a strong design. I'm thinking between high A and low S tier.
I think high A.
All right then. Better or worse than Mirage, Prowl, and Brawn and not Brawn, Hound.
I think a little bit better than Hound.
All right then. Yeah,
Because like I love Hound, but dinosaur.
Emil's favorite combiner is Defensor, which again we'll be getting to them later on in the list.
There's so many.
Yeah, so many bots. And maybe RID Ruination.
All right. Next, I can't recall a name.
That's Sludge.
Slag, Sludge. That's okay.
Yeah, I made sure to put the first 3 in like chronological order here, just so they could remember their names easily.
I thought Swoop was one of the original 3.
No, Swoop and the other one, they appeared later on. It was in the episode where Grimlock and the other 2 got convinced to turn against the Autobots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. But anyways, he's the one who turns into the dinosaur with the long ass neck.
Oh yeah, like Diplodocus, Brontosaurus, Brachiosaurus
Yeah,
type thing.
Brontosaurus.
Definitely similar to Slag in my opinion, if anything a bit weaker, but not bad at all.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see. He looks a little bit more, definitely a little bit more default looking compared to the other two, but that's not really a bad thing.
Yeah, they do look a little more generic, but not weak by any means.
Yeah, I think like again, close to Slag and here. Does this work?
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
that works for me.
Now next up,
Definitely works
oh,
for
the
me.
one that I forgot the name of, but thankfully I have good old Wikipedia to help me. Snarl.
Snarl is another good one. So I have a very personal connection to Stegosaurus as a dinosaur because I live in Colorado, and in Colorado is where we found, like, I forget the word for it, but like we found a near complete Stegosaurus skeleton that became like the general description of all Stegosaurus species in the world. And like it, yeah, so I love Stegosaurus, so I love Snarl's alt design. I love it so much. Even if his robot form isn't my favorite.
Yeah, I feel like in as a dinosaur, it would feel like the little spikes that he has on his back, those could serve as like missiles or something that he could launch and just regrow. I'm
Which
not
I
sure if
don't know
they
why
actually.
they didn't do that in the show.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not sure if they did that in the show or not, but that would have been pretty cool.
Like I have to put respect on Snarl. I love Stegosaurus so much.
Again, another high A to low S tier, I think, for this one. Because again,
Like
Dinobots are just
sure, but maybe a bit higher than his companion, his comrades.
low S then.
Low S.
All right.
All right,
Again,
feels right.
a bit biased towards Jetfire,
Oh,
so I
I
hope you
see
don't
you.
mind.
Jetfire is pretty peak. I get you. I
Yeah.
understand you.
Snarl's Dino mode is so cute. He's trying so hard to be menacing, but he looks like a potato with his legs.
Yeah.
All right, last up for the Dinobots is probably my favorite. Just because
Swoop?
he's debatably he has the most unique color palette of the group, and he turns into a pterodactyl, which flying dinosaur I'm a bit more biased towards.
I'm gonna be that annoying autist. It's technically not a dinosaur. It's a flying reptile, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. I will say though, his robot mode head, it kind of looks like he has an elf stocking on him, which I am willing to forgive because it looks funny. But yeah, he is. And he also has probably, besides Grimlock, my favorite voice of the Dinobots.
Like that screechy voice.
Yeah. Almost forgot. The Swoop can transform. He almost sounds like if Starscream got turned into a Dinobot, which, again, the color scheme fits the bill.
Yeah, honestly, Swoop is one of the better ones in my opinion. Like maybe just under Grimlock. Like that's a good one. That's a good one. Like
All
his
right,
head
then.
isn't my favorite, but I can forgive that. He's got like a sword and shit. I can get behind that.
Yeah, definitely. All right, next up, oh, the Insecticons.
Oh boy, I'm not a big
Besides,
fan of bugs.
yeah, y'all saw the picture that I sent in the group chat, and y'all were freaking out about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna ignore the fact that these guys have an awesome theme in Devastation, and just gonna analyze them at design and character value.
You're definitely a bit biased towards them.
Oh no! Well, the only one I really like of the group is Bombshell because
Okay.
he has the stove face like knight helmet and a giant ass cannon on the top of his head. But as for the other two, they definitely look more like if insects became robots.
Right. Like Scorponok, that's much later.
Yeah, that is like all the way at the end of season 3 and on the border with the Japanese series.
Right.
Yeah, again, like. But as for these two, Scrapnel, Bombshell, and Kickback, I actually named them all correctly that time.
Shrapnel, Bombshell, and Kickback.
Yeah,
Okay.
trying to think of like how I'd rank these three. First off, their ability and lore is stupid. They literally eat they can literally just eat plants, turn it into energon, and multiply like that. It's just
They're
oh my.
literally like cockroaches. That's disgusting.
The name fits the bill, or rather, the
Their
faction name fits the bill.
their whole thing is being like just consuming everything and multiplying like rats or disease.
Yeah, the little bit it's expanded a little bit more in Transformers Devastation that they're originally supposed to be tools for cyberforming planets.
Oh, like terraforming, but cyber.
Yeah, yeah, they're turn things into metal.
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. But
Hmm.
I'm not in love with any of them. Like their color schemes are fine. I just can't get behind their alt forms. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that. Again, really the only one I like of the group, like in terms of robot mode, is Bombshell. But as for the other two, I'm willing to squish them if like
Like the one that's a rhinoceros beetle is a little better because
yeah,
like at least it does something cool in its robot form.
that's Bombshell.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other two, I'm thinking C would be. They still look cool,
Yeah.
but I think B is like where they go, and Bombshell is getting it a little bit better treatment.
Yeah. I think he's a little better than Crane Arm Guy personally.
Then Hauler, okay.
Yeah.
Again, they do have one iconic line, which I will give them for that. But yeah, other than that,
it's
yeah,
not Bao Weep, Grana Weep, Ninny Bong.
no, it's not that.
Where
I'm pretty sure
what
it's
was the
Hot Rod and
context behind-
Cup that say that originally.
Yeah, I think it is Cup that originally says that. Like, and it pisses off the Sharkticons, I think they're called.
No, it's not that it's not that didn't piss them off. It's the fact that they didn't have enough Energon gum on them.
Oh.
Yeah. But yeah, these guys. Why, if it isn't Megatron and his merry mechanical men?
His merry mechanical men.
Well, I mean, they're not wrong, except for, well, the merry part.
Yeah, they're kind of dysfunctional, like Family Guy level dysfunctional.
Yeah. And in fact, the two notable appearances that they have, they do kind of stab Megatron in the back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. As for what Emil has to say, Swoop is awesome. I like that he's blue and visually he pops out a bit more than the others, like the Green Ranger and Power Rangers. Can definitely see that.
Yeah.
As for the
That's part of why I like the
Insecticons, Bombshell is my favorite of the three. Definitely aligns with our opinions there.
Yeah.
Personally, I like that his chest is gray instead of purple because that way he looks like leader of the Insecticons. Even though I'm pretty sure it's Kickback who's supposed to be like the leader of them. But Bombshell, yeah, definitely the best looking of the three. Though that's not really saying much.
They give me like Pillar Men from JoJo vibe. Sorry to reference that again.
No, I don't mind the references. I've been making quite a few tonight as well. All right. Oh boy. Next up, the Constructicons.
Okay, these ones, they kind of blend together in my head a little bit because they're all construction vehicles with the same color scheme and they all combine into one and they're going to be placed roughly around each other, but where to place all of them is a little up in the air for me.
Yeah,
the asshole twins should have been in the same fucking tier as funny.
Bye-bye.
Real.
So, yeah. Sorry, that was wife.
Wifey just walked in on you there.
Yes.
I didn't mind the offhand remark though. That was actually pretty funny.
Yeah, but the Constructicons, I don't even know their names.
I do, thankfully, because these were actually the first. It's six. It's six rum. Anyways, because these were the first figures that I bought and the first combiner team that I completed, I do remember their names. So Scrapper, Mixmaster, Long Haul, Hook, Bone Crusher, Scavenger.
And then Devastator is the last one.
Yeah, well, I did decide to count each of the combiners as like their own robot.
The Devastator's definitely getting pretty high, but as for the Constructicons on their own, maybe a little bit less.
Yeah, I will say again, I personally like these guys in terms of like design. Again, Scrapper here in particular, the visor and the mouth guard.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That's
in
a
terms
pretty
of
strong
robot
design.
mode, probably my favorite. Hook is probably my favorite in terms of like alt mode. The rest of these guys are kind of up in the air.
None of them are like fantastic in my opinion, but I'll let you rank them for the most part.
Yeah, I will. I don't want to put them lower than A.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm just gonna align them all like around, personally, at below Sunstreaker and above Overkill here. Now, I will say though, I hate Hook's accent in Devastation. He's like the snobby, like aristocratic accent.
Why would they give that to him?
Yeah. And then Scavenger, he's actually, in terms of design and voice, probably my least favorite, because again, Devastation, he sounds like a baby, and his robot mode, it looks like he's wearing a diaper almost.
Oh.
And his I don't even know if I should say it, but I'm gonna say it anyways. His recent SS86 toy has a little feature where he could stick out his ding-a-ling.
Why they give him a Pinor? Why they give him a Venus?
I don't know. It's part of the alt. It's part of like the combined mode.
Wait, why is he gonna be jerking that peanuts? What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm just gonna get above Scavenger.
Yeah, Scavenger's definitely my least favorite because of Venus.
Oh man. But yeah,
the rest of them roughly.
I think I'll put Bone Crusher here because again, he was, I think, of like the Constructicons, he appeared first in the live action movies. Granted, his alt mode was drastically overhauled, and he technically wasn't a Constructicon.
Yeah, he wasn't a combiner in that one. He was like independent, and he got murked by Prime in his first fight.
He did put up a good fight though.
Yes.
And in Devastation, he's actually voiced by the same guy as not sure if you would get the references, but Tank Dempsey in Call of Duty Zombies and Captain Bartlett in Ace Combat 5. AKA, I'm pretty sure, Steve Bloom.
Doesn't immediately ring a bell.
He might have also played a few characters in like other Transformers properties. Like, I think he voiced Wheeljack in Bumblebee.
Okay. Oh, well, Wheeljack wasn't in Bumblebee. I think he was in Rise of the Beast, wasn't he?
No, not like Pablo Wheeljack, like Wheeljack.
Okay. Pablo Wheeljack.
Yeah. Hey, Sweet Metal. Glad to have you join us. Hope you're doing all right tonight. And I'm looking at Bone Crusher. Oh, Emil thinks that we should put Bone Crusher in Dipstick Tape Deck.
Why?
No. Why?
Does Emil just not like Bone Crusher at all? What's going on there?
Yeah, good question. But yeah, I don't hate him nearly as much. Again, probably like in the upper half in terms of robot mode design and the bulldozer. In fact, he has a drill arm in Devastation, which that just adds to his character in my opinion.
Yeah, I can see that, but like I feel like Scrapper is the one that should be in Dipstick Tape Deck because it was fucking peanuts.
Scavenger, not Scrapper.
There's so many.
Yeah. I might just do that out of spite, actually. Yeah, and I usually, when I have his figure, I usually have the bucket arm like up, not down like this, which that just looks even more stupid.
It's given tripod a whole new meaning, again with the peanuts.
Oh, man. All right, next up.
I'm not going to get over peanuts, Scrapper, or Scavenger. Fuck.
Yeah, and the fact that, his toy makes it looks like makes him look like an idiot wearing a diaper and long ass legs. I gotta get you. I gotta show you a picture of that, like eventually, and you probably won't get it out of your head.
Oh my god! But as for Devastator, that's a strong one.
I feel like this belongs in, the green humanoid belongs in S tier.
Yeah,
on level with his Bayverse counterpart. Maybe even better.
Bayverse a little better in my opinion, but Devastator in G1 looks really good. Isn't he like the OG combiner?
Yes, he was the first combiner.
Okay.
Second to the train
really
bots
concept.
Second to the train bots technically in terms of like toy production, but they don't appear until the Japanese series.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'll put him below Sunstorm for now.
Okay.
Yeah, Sweet Metal prefers the G1 Constructicons. The Bayverse designs don't appeal to me as much.
Well, the Bayverse are meant to look like more actual construction vehicles. With the G1s, they're meant to be like all the same color scheme, so that they're the combiners, the Constructicons.
He's just okay. Emil gave us their reason. He's just green guy number 5, and I don't like that his legs are not purple because it makes Devastator's torso like asymmetrical.
Yeah, I can kind of get that.
Yeah, the treads in his design when he's part of Devastator are purple, but I don't mind the asymmetry as much as some people might.
Like his legs are a little asymmetrical, but I feel like it's not like, I mean, colorly asymmetrical, not like, I feel like shape asymmetry is much worse than color asymmetry in my opinion.
Let me pull up a picture of, because I don't have one on my computer right now, but SS86 Devastator. I'll show you what he's talking about.
Okay.
Okay. Why can't I get a good full picture? I'm just gonna open image in a new tab. Yeah, here we go. This is what they're talking about. Yeah. Scavenger has the purple treads, Bone Crusher has green.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, again, I might be a bit biased here because they were the first figures that I bought, but I don't mind it as much.
Right.
But yeah. That's all the Constructicons ranked. Now, oh, good lord. Autobot X. So, yeah, this was basically when Spike Witwicky became an Autobot. So, Wheeljack, he basically made a Frankenstein monster made of, like, spare Autobot parts, and when Spike Witwicky got knocked unconscious, they transferred his consciousness into this thing.
What the fuck?
Literally a Frankenstein monster transformer.
His design is so weird.
That's kind of the point here. He has Hound's shoulder cannon, Prowl's right half. I don't know whose left half, and then just a massive amalgamation of parts.
So part of me think it kind of works,
and I'm guessing the other part of you doesn't as much.
Like, it's an amalgamation, but it's I think that works in its favor, if only marginally.
Yeah. Where would you think to rank this?
That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure.
I feel like, personally for me, design-wise and how the character is portrayed, between C and Dipstick Tape Deck.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah, actually no, worse than Scavenger in my opinion.
Okay.
Just again, my opinion. Okay, so Sweet Metal, I didn't mind that they changed the color, but Devastator's design and the wrecking the giant
Testicles.
Yeah, the robot scrotum. I felt like they were making a mockery of the character. He does have the giant vortex generator in his face, but yeah, he definitely felt like he felt more like a giant robot dog in that movie than, an actual robot combiner.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, next up, okay. I was debating whether or not to actually, okay, so these two, Autobot X and Nightbird, I was debating on whether or not to actually include them on the list because they technically don't transform, but they are robots.
Does a toy have a vehicle form at all?
I'm not even sure there was a toy that was made for
What about Spike got
Ace.
one?
Really?
Yeah, it's like a weird, like, amalgamation car. It's admittedly kind of cool what they did with the design.
Yeah, let me quick search that up. Oh, okay. Actually, that was like, is that? Oh, yeah, I could see. It's one of these ones. Okay, yeah, I could see it now. Kind of looks like, animated Lockdown's car.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, as for Nightbird's G1 design, okay, yeah, she did get like several third-party toys, and a Masterpiece figure, but I don't think they actually transform, unless I'm mistaken. Oh, wait, no, they do. That's quite interesting. The car honestly reminds me of RC's RC's, or is it RC's or Wheelie's car? Also,
sure.
$150 for this.
Also,
no thanks.
Luce just messaged me. They don't like the Constructicons at all. They should all be named Bitch Boy.
Oh my goodness.
Fuck off.
I guess she just doesn't like the combination of green and purple.
I guess
Which
not.
Understandable, but we're a bit biased towards them.
Well, you in particular, me less so.
Okay, yeah, fair enough, I suppose. Now, as for Nightbird,
that's an interesting one.
Yeah, another one-hit wonder in terms of character appearances.
Like, that's such a cool design, and they only used it once. Is this like another woman robot?
Yes, another. Even though she doesn't talk, it is technically a woman robot.
It made her very sultry in some. Oh my god, her toy comes with a fuckload of weapons.
Yeah, that was kind of like her thing in the episode that she appeared in too.
Just armed to the fucking teeth with melee weapons.
Yes, exactly. That is one part of her character that got carried over into Rise of the Beasts. I'll give him that.
Okay, like I scrolled 3 times and immediately I saw Nightbird with tits. I'm closing that tab.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, that's one avenue we wish we didn't turn down.
Why do robots need tits anyway?
Exactly.
Not a bad design at all. I like it a lot.
Yeah,
but maybe that's just my inherent lesbianism poking out.
Yeah, I can definitely see it. It's just a shame that it wasn't utilized more. And according to Emil, G1 Nightbird, or car mode was supposed to be a retool of RC, which, okay, that was kind of what I was thinking there. And because of that, they have the same alt mode. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'm thinking where are you thinking we put her?
Personally, I'm okay with like low A tier, high B tier.
Fair enough, I suppose. We don't have.
Doesn't really do much for me.
Fair enough, I suppose. Yeah, I'll put her in the upper half of B tier for now.
Yeah, like she's no RC, but
yeah, definitely
pretty cool design.
Mm-hmm. All right, now we're fine. Okay, we technically crossed into season 2 with Autobot X, but now we're on to the actual transforming robots. And first up we have Beachcomber. Okay, I just want to get
the dune buggy.
Yeah, I just want to get this out of the way. I like the alt mode. I like his robot. I don't like his voice.
I'd never heard his voice.
Let me quick pull up a clip real quick. Might as well just have this on hand just in case. Transformers G1 out of context. Yeah, it's Ratchet. Okay, I gotta find my way to this. Okay, I managed to get right to it.
Cool.
Relax, man. Remember, we're all one with the universe. Please, we're about to become one with the pavement.
Yeah, a little bit. If
He sounds like a stoner.
yeah, he sounds all mellowed out. If Transformers did drugs, which let's be real, the way that Megatron and the Seekers and Rumble and Soundwave drank Energon, it made it sound like beer. This guy would definitely be a Transformer that would do drugs.
Well, I mean, sometimes weed is called gas, so
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But yeah, apart from, you know, the voice, I love the design, love his alt mode. The color scheme works for me, even though, you know, the Dune buggy is supposed to be like a military vehicle. It works for me.
yeah, it works. It works. Definitely not a fan of the voice, but I do like the alt mode and the robot mode. Like the visor thing works for me. The blue, like the cobalt blue works. Not to mention, I'm a huge fan of Dune buggies, like aesthetically.
Yeah. I'm thinking, aside from the voice, and I also want to acknowledge the fact that he does have a pretty good spotlight episode.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that he goes into high A. You agree with that?
I can get down with that. I can get down with that.
Yeah.
Like maybe just below, maybe even above Mirage, maybe.
Really?
Yeah. I'm
Okay
sticking by
then.
it.
Yeah, I'll give that to you then.
In the Mirage.
Rip. All right, next up.
Okay.
Oh boy. Another character who had a very unique one spotlight episode, Power Glide. The first
Not a huge fan of the robot form.
Yeah, he looks like the Coneheads, which we'll be getting to in a little bit.
Got that whole pulpo thing going on that I don't really like.
Oh,
The jet design being like an AC-130 is pretty cool.
the jet designs. Let me quick pull. Is jets again? I'm gonna pull out a little bit of Av geek in me, but his jet mode is an A10 Warthog, which it has the infamous.
The machine gun farting. Brrr.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks a lot to my friend Phoenix for pointing this out to me. But it fires depleted uranium rounds, which basically explosive minigun rounds that you never hear. You don't hear it unless you're dead.
Oh,
yeah.
Is that why in like a lot of military engagements, people knew that if you heard that sound, immediately take cover, like it's dive bombing sound?
Exactly. The gun is just that devastating, and you know, Power Glide never got to use that in the series. In fact, that's it's a bit sad, but understandable because that this show would just be getting into M territories then.
Yeah, his original toy, not my favorite, but like newer iterations of it, like the Legacy series, that's a lot stronger in my opinion.
Legacy series, he is getting an Age of the Primes version getting released soon.
Really?
Yeah, and it has the stupid alien mask that he, Sunstreaker, Trax, and a few others wore during the episode Hoist Goes to Hollywood, which we'll be getting to Hoist momentarily.
Yeah, and I just sent a photo of the Power Glide I was looking at, so that's a really decent toy.
Yeah, it looks pretty close to that.
Yeah, so that one, his alternate mode's really carrying him here. I don't like his head design. The wings being like on his sides rather than on his back is pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, it's a bit unique. According to Sweet Metal, Power Glide's 100 out of 100. I loved her. I loved the episode so much that I made Astoria's dress. I'm guessing, Astoria was the girl who loved Power Glide.
Oh my god.
That was the episode I was referring to. I'll send you flying. All right, that was
I'm down for that being like B tier at least.
Let me actually pull. I have it's in this video somewhere.
Is it? Oh my god! Like there's an episode where a human woman fell in love with Power Glide.
Yeah, that's the one I'm trying to search for in this video because I know it's in here somewhere. Okay, yeah, it's here.
Send you flying.
Okay, no, that's not it.
And I'll send you flying.
Sorry. And this is directly what follows it.
Its mind completely empty.
Yeah.
Yeah, real.
Although that really has to do more with his romance with a toxic girlfriend who's a bit of a dumbass. But yeah, as for Powerglide himself, I like I'm a bit more lenient on his design, especially because of his alt mode.
Well, really, the only thing I don't like about him is his head. Now that I think about it,
Yeah, the pseudo conehead thing he has going on there.
that's not my favorite aspect, but otherwise forgivable.
Yeah, I'm thinking again A tier for this one.
Okay, maybe like above B.
Yeah,
I feel right.
I agree with that. I would pay. Okay, so Emil, I would pay money for a drawing of Beachcomber using the Stan Beach Boy just because it would be funny. It would, yeah, it would help if I had context, but now that I think about it, probably better that I don't.
Yeah.
All right, next up, Warpath.
I name dropped him earlier.
Yeah.
So personality-wise, Warpath is pretty up there for me.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, because well, I remember him in War for Cybertron. He was just this, basically like John Goodman bot, but in that series. Like really, well, the name fits. Warpath, very violent and soldier-like.
Yeah. Yeah, but in G1, he's a bit of that, but also a bit more of a goofball.
Which I can appreciate.
Yeah. He always. I'm not sure if this is the right term for it, but he would always call out his attacks like an anime character, just saying blam, boom, pow, or something like that.
He's literally like an Adam West era, like Marvel, or not Marvel, a DC Comics character.
Yes, exactly. Except, it's not appearing on the screen. He's literally saying that stuff.
Yes.
All right.
So
yeah,
Warpath is,
and also
probably...
I gotta give him credit for being the only. I think, in terms of like, I'm pretty sure he's the only like actual transforming Autobot tank. So
yeah, because I was about to say one of very few examples of Autobot military hardware. Like that's normally not a thing.
Yeah, I mean Powerglide, the aerial bots who we'll be getting to in a little while. Yeah, they're like
aerial bots were like more commercial planes.
No, only one of them is a commercial plane, and we'll be getting to again. We'll be getting into them a little bit. I'll have quite a bit to say about them because I'm an aviation geek.
Of course you will, because you're definitely one of them plane boys.
Planes, trains, and automobiles. All right.
Yeah,
as for Warpath, again, with all that we said so far, and Emil's input, should we do low S for him?
I think maybe mid A tier at the highest for me, because because looking at A tier, I don't think he's much higher than like Mirage or Prowl in my opinion. That's just me though.
All right.
Maybe like just below them at the highest.
All right.
Because like I'm looking at the Dinobots and like, are they really better? Is Warpath really better than Dinobots?
Yeah, I could kind of see that. I hope Emil can understand this.
Like that's
actually no, not better than Hound either, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, because Hound is very iconic to me. I love G1 Hound.
Yeah. All right, how are we doing so far in terms? Okay, next up is Sea Spray. Oh,
I don't like his voice either.
Oh yeah,
he sounds like he's constantly being waterboarded.
Yep, exactly. That's exactly what I was gonna say. But I will say his alt mode's another unique case where you don't see that kind of alt mode for really any of the either Autobots or Decepticons, like a hovercraft.
That's definitely a unique one, yeah.
Yeah. Is wifey asking you stuff again?
Oh, I didn't hear.
I believe there are only 2 Autobot tanks, Warpath and Guzzle.
Guzzle
Really?
is the name of one.
I thought. Then I guess there is a third. Then that's Slammer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he is actually on this list, even though he technically doesn't transform in G1, but he does transform. I do have a transforming toy of him, and he shows up in the WFC series.
I do see one of my, or later in that list when you scroll down, I do see one of my favorite Transformers in the series, which I have this opinion because I owned a DVD, not like the entire box set of the Transformers G1 series, but like one particular series of episodes, like an arc almost, where Omega Supreme is like bullied, which is like me for real, for real.
Oh, well, we'll be getting to him in a little bit.
Yeah, but as for Sea Spray, not as it's another toy at Walmart that like no one seems to care about because who loves Sea Spray? So Nate, find me someone whose favorite Transformer is Sea Spray.
Not me, but again, the only reason I'm not hating him on him as much is because 1, he has the Spotlight episode, and 2, the unique alt mode design.
Yeah, his alt mode is pretty cool. His color scheme, not bad. Like the teal and orange with the almost like cream beige color isn't bad.
Yeah.
Almost like off-white even.
Yeah. So I'm thinking at most like low A, high B,
Okay.
perhaps.
I can get down with that.
Yeah, definitely better than Bombshell in my opinion. Yeah,
I'll weep, run, I'll weep and bong. I'm sorry,
Yep.
that's not gonna be a vocal stem.
yeah, that's how we grew. I gotta get a shirt that says that someday, just so other Transformers fans can find me. Like
That's like a
they'll
hella
know.
obscure reference though.
Well, I mean, if it shows Cup and Hot Rod saying it, they'll probably get it.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And I think, Emil agrees with our opinions here. Sea Spray's design is cool, but his voice is annoying.
Yeah,
definitely.
I don't like hearing him talk.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like his episode a lot more if I could fucking not want to pull my eardrums out with a pair of pliers every time I heard him talk.
And you know what's stupid? When he turns into a mermaid in that, he still talks like he's getting waterboarded.
Which is weird because is he like a reverse scuba diver type thing where he needs to breathe water? Is that what's going on there?
I think I gotta quick search this up. Minibots. Let's see what they have to say about Sea Spray. He loves the ocean and his creatures and is unhappy when he's on land. Okay, so that might maybe so. Maybe he does need to breathe water.
He dislikes being on land.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay.
Would you do that? No. No, bad monkey. No.
Okay, so after Sea Spray, who's this? I don't recognize.
This is Hoist.
Hoist?
What a name! Good job, Moist. That
Right?
Yeah. I feel he looks oddly similar to Trailbreaker to me.
What
At
the
least with
fuck
the,
is his vehicle mode?
It's supposed to be like a tow truck.
Okay, I can kind of see that, but like, what?
Yeah,
He's got the weird like
He has
the
the-
engine thing that Trailblazer
yeah,
has.
the supercharger thing that he has. But it seems even
Okay.
more out of place on a tow truck, in my opinion.
Yeah, because why would tow trucks got to have a lot of torque, not so much horsepower.
Yeah, and I will say though, I like that he has the shockwave thing on his arm, but
Oh, I just found a Japanese version of Hoist like in box on TF Source. That's pretty cool, actually.
really interesting.
Anyway, as for his design, his color scheme is all right. I'm not a huge fan of his like bulky ass. First of all, his shoulders look like they're way too high.
We call him Trigger. Are those even his? Yeah, those are his shoulders. We call him Trigger Happy shoulders in the fandom.
Yeah, not a huge fan of that.
Yeah, and the doors behind him. And again, green and orange. I don't know. That doesn't really mesh well with me.
Especially
But I will-
not with like it also looks like he skipped leg day. Like he's got that weird like box chest thing going on.
Yeah, definitely. But in terms of like characterization, again, he's kind of like Hook for the group, for the Autobots. A little bit of a perfectionist. And let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Somewhere around here. Hoist, yeah. He enjoys his job and is good at it.
Okay.
That didn't really say much there, but yeah, he is a bit of a perfectionist, if I remember correctly in the show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, again, the green and orange doesn't really work too well for me, but his characterization does kind of save him a bit for me. Not enough to make it into like S tier or anything, but I'm still thinking like above, above I thought you were made of sterner stuff.
Right. I can get behind that.
Mm-hmm. Definitely better or worse than Bombshell. Actually,
Maybe
I think
a little bit better. Maybe worse.
Okay, then. I was gonna say maybe better than Sea Spray, but yeah, Sea Spray at least has the unique alt mode going for him. Now, next up, we have two bots that are actually that are pretty similar to each other. They're literally like reskins. They just swap the role for them. So next, we have Grapple here, which is basically Road Hauler here, but orange.
Was that Penis Arm? Is that Penis Arm?
No, that's not him.
Okay.
His crane arm is actually in the back of his head, which that honestly looks pretty dumb. That head design.
Yeah, he's like, it looks like he can't turn his neck at all, or like turn his head either way.
Yeah, the way that Hauler's head is depicted looks a little bit cleaner, but this just it looks like his head is all just one piece there.
He's for sure weaker than Hauler. I can't rank him any higher than that.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel he's usually paired up with Hoist in terms of like character groups, but Hoist at least has a lot more notable appearances. So
at least Hoist, I don't really particularly like Hoist either, but this one's even weaker than that somehow.
Yeah, I'll put him below the Insecticons for now.
Yeah.
All right, now we have Inferno, which Road Hauler, but a fire truck.
Maybe a little stronger. I don't know what's going on with like his head wings.
Those are supposed to be the ladder hinges, I believe.
What was his name again?
Inferno.
Cool name, but I don't know. I mean, his fire truck form's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But he's got two guns, one on his hand and one in his hand. One has a hand and one... Okay.
The one shockwave gun.
Yeah.
That's what we'll be calling those for now on.
He is Autobot Search and Rescue. Okay.
I don't particularly remember too many of his appearances, if I'm being completely honest. But I will...
got kind of the box chest thing going on again.
Yeah, I think that's the entire thing with the Road Hauler designed characters.
Wait a minute. He's okay. So he has his like wing things, and like sitting like on his left hand shoulder, one of his wings is like a gun. He has 3 guns.
Yeah, that actually lines up a little bit. I'm pretty sure how this kind of fire truck has like a nozzle for spraying water, right? I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Okay, that
although
makes sense.
In robot mode, I wouldn't doubt if that actually became, a laser gun.
Well, him having like a sprayer arm is actually like, it makes sense if he's a fire truck.
Yeah, even though it's not so much an arm, it's literally a headpiece there.
It's like attached to his like the side of his head, like his head cage thing. Which is weird. I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, I will say definitely better than Grapple, but where are we thinking?
I agree with better than Grapple, but where exactly I'm more vague on.
Yeah, I think. Is it better than worse than Nightbird? That's kind of where I'm thinking. Better. Okay,
Only because
then.
Nightbird has the frankly sex appeal.
Okay, I will reluctantly concede to you on that. Now, all right. Emil says Artfire is my favorite recolor of Grapple, but sadly he's a Japanese exclusive.
Damn.
Yeah, he's one of those Target Master characters, basically like Inferno, but he has a transforming partner that turns into his gun.
Oh, okay. That's kind of cool.
All right, next up is his partner Red Alert, who's
Red
basically
Alert. Okay.
basically Sideswipe, but somehow he's a fire chief vehicle and he's a lot more paranoid.
It's like a Lamborghini type thing. What the fuck?
Yeah, he is a Lamborghini. He's a recolor of Sideswipe.
I don't know if I like him more than that because if it was a police car Lamborghini, if you can get a little more behind that, but a fire chief Lamborghini, that's not a thing.
Yeah, no. Like what fire department has the budget to afford a Lamborghini?
Fucking one in Dubai, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not sure if
But
that's supposed to be a water cannon or a shoulder cannon, but
I think it kind of works. I think it's kind of interesting how like the door of the car is like attached to like his upper arm, so like his forearm can move independently of that, and him having the hood of the car be like his chest is pretty nice. I like that detail.
yeah, again, that's sort of a thing that Sideswipe has as well. So
But it's definitely like maybe just around Sideswipe. I don't know if I could rank him above that, but definitely around there.
yeah, Sideswipe is an S tier, maybe just above Mirage. I'm thinking.
That's comfortable for me. Yeah,
Yeah.
just off of vibes alone.
Mhm. All right, next up is a personal favorite of mine, Trax. You heard one of his lines there.
We're about to become one with the pavement.
Yeah. He has a lot. He's the one-liner. He's like a one-man one-liner for like the Autobots there. And
Right.
and the fact that, he turns into a Corvette, which might not seem all that impressive on the surface, but he has a pair of wings that he could deploy to become a flying Corvette.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
He's literally a flying car.
Yeah. He was the predecessor, I believe. When did Back to the Future come out again? I just need to
I
remember.
want to say early 80s.
Early 80s. Let me search it up. Back to the Future. Okay, so slightly after, or around the same time as the Transformers cartoon was airing, because I was going to say, because the DeLorean was like seen as a flying car in some of those. I think Trax was the original flying car.
Right.
And yeah, he also has these two cannons on top of him, which again, his head is not one piece. We saw that in the show, but those are actually supposed to be the exhausts for his car mode.
Oh, okay.
And again, there's so many one-liners in the show that it's literally it's impeccable.
Yeah.
I was thinking for a while of doing like an everything wrong with Transformers G1, and as like Cinema Sins, but for Transformers G1.
That would be a lot to go through.
I would definitely say for like one of those is like Trax would be perfect for Cinetron Sins or whatever I'd call it.
So I don't hate this design. I think the flying Corvette is pretty cool, but his robot mode is like, I don't like his everything above the neck. Everything else is pretty good.
Okay, I will concede to you that, but I still want to put him like low S, high A, if that's all right.
Sounds good. Maybe low, maybe low S, maybe low S.
All right then. Yeah, not quite as good as Jetfire and the other Dinobots, but yeah, definitely
lower than Sideswipe feels good.
Actually, and Emil is saying that Red Alert is better than Sideswipe. Fight me. Well, Redolf does
Okay.
have more notable moments, but Sideswipe, I feel like just a cooler character overall. Should we raise him up a little bit, or
I think we should stick by our guns. Like that's Emil. We respect you, but you know, opinions. It's literally a children's cartoon to sell toys.
yeah, Trax is cool, but his G1 design has zero neck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true, but again, I can't. He's one of my favorites again for a reason.
The alt form is really carrying this one.
Mhm.
Anyway,
All right,
who's
next.
next?
Smokescreen, another clone of Prowl.
Smokescreen. Okay.
Yeah, so the story behind like Smokescreen is like he was a later release compared to like I want to call him Silver Streak, but it's Blue Streak. Blue Streak and Prowl. He was released as a later edition, as like based on a race car.
Yeah, it's literally just Prowl but a race car.
Yeah. Do you think it looks better or worse than them?
I'm more impartial towards Prowl personally. Like, it's not a bad design, but I think Prowl does it a little better.
Okay, yeah. I feel like these three are definitely going to be close to each other, like in the tier list.
Right.
But yeah, where exactly do we put them?
I'm not entirely sure because definitely not above Prowl. Definitely not.
Yeah. Actually, where is? I think we're like right in the middle between them.
Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah. All right. I think next up, yep, now we're transitioning back to the Decepticons.
Okay.
The Coneheads. Another case
Yeah.
where I feel like the alt mode carries these guys, but the robot mode looks kind of dumb.
I'm gonna say it right now. Not a big fan of any of the cone heads visually.
Yeah.
Like robot mode especially. Like, no, I'm good. Their wings are kind of all right. Like I don't love it. I really
yeah, they each
don't.
have their own like trait when it comes to their alt mode wings. Like Thrust is the VTOL one. Dirge has no tail, and Ramjet is like the hypersonic one. I feel like they were trying to base him off the SR-71, but you know, they had no confirmed images of the plane at the time.
Well, when I hear the word ramjet, I think of that specific type of like nuclear weapon that was developed during the Cold War, where they literally had the ramjet engine refers to a type of engine that's literally an unshielded nuclear reactor that uses the expansion of air as propulsion by using nuclear energy to superheat air instantly.
Yeah, I've heard about that one before.
As for the Transformers, I don't really. The VTOL one, I think you said his name was. What did you say it was?
Thrust.
Thrust. That's probably the strongest one, just because I like the VTOL fan things. Everyone else is definitely lower than that. I mean, Ramjet's color scheme is pretty good, but that's about as much points as I'm willing to give it.
Still decent enough though. Like, were we
Decent,
thinking
like
A?
maybe B tier?
Okay, yeah, not as strong as like the base seekers. It's really, for me at least, the alt mode carries these guys.
For sure. I can agree the alt modes are pretty cool, but I can't give them any higher than B tier. We're putting Sea Spray lower than that too?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe Ramjet's my favorite one personally, I guess, just for the colors.
All right, yeah. Again, I would have put these higher because they were the first non-combiner team that I completed.
Okay.
But yeah, in terms of like design, I would definitely take the regular seekers over these guys.
For fucking sure. Especially the what'd you say they were? The storm ones?
The Rainmakers.
Yeah, the Rainmakers. I honestly think I like the Rainmakers a little more than the Seekers, honestly.
Yeah, I think color-wise, G2 Ramjet is the best Conehead. I would have to search up what G2 Ramjet looked like. G2 Ram. Oh, good.
Okay, that's a lot better. His G2 design works much better.
Purple and blue. I feel like that would be named an entirely different. If Slipstream was like a G1 character, this would be her design.
Slipstream isn't a G1 character?
No, she isn't.
Oh. Okay.
All right, next. Oh boy, Blitzwing. Another one of my personal favorites.
Okay, let me look this up for myself because I've definitely heard of this one.
All right, let's see. Okay, no, it's not going to show
that's
the line
a very
here.
strong robot form.
Yeah, let me. Actually, let me.
Blitzwing a triple?
Yes, he is a triple changer in G1.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I have the figure even closer to me than Prime, so I'm breaking him out right now.
He's got a
Best-
blade and a gun?
Yes. Best
Okay.
lines.
Like, not a huge fan of the beige, but that's pretty forgivable because it's like a tank. I can see that.
Yeah, the reason he's like a stereotypical example of a triple changer. And yeah, this first triple changer that appears on screen. He basically changes color completely in his alt modes. So in his jet mode, he's completely like purplish with the beige being concealed underneath as like a tank barrel. And then when he becomes a tank, he becomes entirely like, sand colored.
Okay, but that works because the jet being purple and the tank being beige and then the robot form being a little bit of both, that works really well in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. And plus,
yeah, Blitzwing's going to be up there.
You gotta hear this real quick. Let me see if I could find it. It's around here. There we go. Of course. Let me just quick play this line real quick.
Lying? Oh, you're stupid! I'm stupid! I'm stupid!
I should have said that line when we got to Starscream, but anyways, here we go.
Tell you what, guys, why don't you go build a bridge and jump off it?
Iconic.
Yeah, you wouldn't. If you said that today, you'd be getting canceled.
Yeah. Honestly,
Yeah,
some people deserve to hear it. Anyway, I do love Blitzwing. That's a good design. I like him.
I'm thinking, and he also has a pretty dramatic character arc at the beginning of season 3 where he almost becomes an Autobot because, Galvatron wasn't listening to his warnings about the Quintessons, which, yes, they are on the list, and we'll be talking about those 5-faced freaks later.
Yay.
But yeah, he has a pretty good character arc, in my opinion. It's a shame that we didn't get to see more of him after the season 3 premiere. But
yeah,
I think I think we kind of rest our case here.
Low S tier, maybe?
I'm thinking like mid S tier for him.
Okay.
Maybe even above. Not
I'm
above the
okay putting him
Dinobots, but
maybe above Sunstorm.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if he's better than Ravage, but I can agree with him being just as good as Sunstorm, if not a little higher. Just for the fact that he's a fucking tank.
Yes, exactly. And unlike some of the other Decepticon jets, it actually looks a little bit different. See, he turns the Decepticon Seekers, aside from the Coneheads, they all turn into F-15s. Blitzwing turns into a MiG-25, which is a Russian jet, which
is cool to me.
Yeah, it makes them stand out a little bit more compared to the regular Seekers.
Yes. All right. We just hit the 3-hour mark, at least on my recording, so I'm thinking we take another 15.
Yeah.
10-minute break.
Yeah, I'd say so. All right, guys, we'll be taking a little break now. Take the opportunity to get yourself hydrated, get yourself a snack, stretch out. We'll be doing the same. So
yes,
stay
take care
tuned,
of
guys.
yourselves, nerds.
We'll be back in a little bit.
All right. See you in a bit.
No, it's not your bad. It's not your bad, Tisha. It's Scuff. It's Scuff's bad.
Okay, let's just go. We're good.
Yeah. All right. We're back, everyone, after, our little break and a little bit of off-stream diagnosing. But
yeah, OBS crashed.
on Tisha's end. Thankfully,
Sucks.
mine.
Let's just continue.
Yeah. Now we're back onto the Autobots. We're with Perceptor. Yeah. I just gotta. I got another funny scene to show you real quick, if I could find it again.
If it is what I think it is, then I think I know what we're about to talk about.
Where is it? Where is it? I gotta. It's around here. No, not that. Not that. Not that. There it is.
Right, two.
The self-driving microscope.
Okay, so this I actually have an interesting opinion about, and I'm not sure if most people will agree with me.
Go ahead, say it.
Is one of those weird examples of when phase shifting is like necessary, because him just being a giant microscope is really weird.
Yeah, I can kind of agree with you on that.
Because Soundwave does it. It's easy for like human-sized things to just grow into massive robots in this universe. Like that's apparently a thing. But with Perceptor, he looks weird if you don't.
I think the reason why he doesn't mass shift as as when he becomes a microscope is because he needs to be the size for other Transformers to actually use. And that's, that's why he kind of stays massive, so that other Transformers can use them.
Maybe like in the same way, like space telescopes are really huge. Maybe like a really powerful microscope is pretty big.
Yeah. And also I do want to kind of point this out. They don't really capture this in like his cartoon appearance, but he is technically a triple changer. Oh. So yeah, he has the microscope mode, but he could also technically turn himself into a tank. Although really I like to refer to it as like an artillery cannon, because the microscope, the scope parts becomes the cannon barrel, and then
self-propelled artillery is a thing.
Yeah, that's kind of what
something like that.
Well, when you think of self-propelled artillery, you think of like those. For me, at least, I think of those missile flatbed trucks, not so much like a giant drone cannon.
Well, yes, especially when you're talking about like Katyushas, for example. But I think what I'm thinking of when I think of that is like specific like German tanks that were specifically designed to be like long-range artillery that was on tread, so it moved much faster to like increase the blitzkrieg strategy, like something like that.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I'm thinking of like the Gustav cannons that they had on rails, but Perceptor, it really isn't one of those.
No, but I see exactly what you're talking about. He's like a tank mode, but that wasn't in the cartoon at all. They just went with the microscope trying to be lazy.
Yeah, no, they just stuck with the microscope.
Okay.
Yeah, not even weird. It wasn't even his tank mode. It was just a rolling microscope.
I mean, if are we basing it off of the Perceptor that would have been if they weren't that lazy about it, or the one that we actually got?
More so the one that we actually got.
So like B tier at the highest, maybe even C tier.
Yeah. I want to be a little bit more forgiving for him because, I have a figure of him and I can replicate the tank, the cannon mode. But yeah, definitely not higher than B tier for me.
Okay, at least he's not annoying like C-Spray. Yeah.
And he is actually like, he kind of became the wheeljack for the Decepticons. Well, not the Decepticons, the Autobots after, the movie. And again, he survived. Yeah. He survived the movie, which again, not many Autobots can claim.
There were many casualties.
Mm-hmm. All right. Next up is another case where a Transformer doesn't become, a vehicle. It's Blaster, and he becomes a boombox. Basically, the Soundwave.
Like Autobots. Yeah.
He's Autobot Soundwave.
Which, okay. Not sure if that's bonus points for him or not, but you know what? I'll take it.
Yeah, he does. He has a funny ass fights. Again, thank goodness for the video that I found. But he has an absolutely hilarious fight scene with Soundwave. So I'm just gonna again maybe the maybe the subtitles add a little bit to it, but I just gotta show you this.
They're actually using sound in a fight. That makes sense. Oh, my ears. They're just tossing each other around.
Yeah, they do.
And
They
then he
do.
just Superman's away.
Yeah, they do get an actual fight scene in one of the Japanese series, and that's actually where they both die and get rebuilt.
Why
But
is the
yeah, that's
Japanese series so peak compared to the American one?
yeah, it's a shame. I really, it would be a dream someday to actually make an official English dub for those series.
There isn't one. There's only subs.
There's an unofficial dub, and it's so they say it's so bad it's good, but no, it's just so bad it's crap.
So you're essentially forced to watch it in subs at best.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Anyway, Blaster. I mean, I do rank Soundwave pretty high, but just for that scene alone, I think he's like maybe just a bit lower. I don't know what his tapes are like. Those are kind of a mystery to me. I assume that's what's next.
Yeah, those are what next.
Oh.
And also his voice, he has a pretty good voice. It kind of reminds me of he's supposed to be like a radio DJ with his voice, which actually there's another scene where you get a quick peek of it.
Okay.
And it's a pretty creepy scene if you think about it.
Oh, okay, I'm ready.
Oh. Hey!
What?
Yeah, it was only one line, but it was still you get the idea.
What context? What just happened?
He got grabbed by probably the most out of context sign you can think of.
He got grabbed by a literal pair of hands on a billboard? What the?
Did you see the subtitle for it as well?
I don't think so.
Take that, try our hand lotion creamy cream, however you will.
I'm speechless.
Yeah, it was absolutely
Okay.
But yeah, I do also, again, I like his voice and I have a figure of him, so a little bit of bias.
I understand that. No, if this is your boy like me with Soundwave, I completely understand that. He seems pretty cool. I don't know him, but he seems pretty cool.
Not as cool as Soundwave, but I do think, he is at least
He's up there.
He is high A, low S tier for me, and I think not as good as Trax, but around the same level.
Alrighty. I'm done for that.
Now I also got to bring this up real quick since I did bring up the later fight scene between him and Soundwave. He did also get rebuilt. G1.
Oh my god.
Twin cast.
No. He's blue now?
Yes, he's blue now.
What is
not sure if I like him better or worse than,
The gun being red is a little weird, but overall I don't hate it.
Yeah. I will, again, since I couldn't find like a clean PNG, this is technically a clean PNG of it, but I didn't find it before I made the tier list, so I'm ranking him with Blaster.
Okay, yeah, I'm okay with it being low S tier then.
All right, then. As for what Emil had to say, so I like Perceptor because his voice actor is the same as Grandpa Max in Ben 10. Really? I didn't know that.
That's interesting. Okay, this dude knows his stuff. That's fascinating, actually.
Yeah, and Twincast's color scheme is better than Blaster's color scheme to me.
Yeah, the weird going to like his hands is a little strange, but I don't hate it.
For me though, I like Blaster's white face compared to Twincast's yellows, but opinions are opinions.
Yeah.
And he finally pointed out the very, very sus name for that billboard.
Yeah. Creamy cream.
Okay. All right, now on to his cassettes. We have Ramhorn, Steeljaw, Eject, and Rewind.
So ejection rewind are pretty much up there because, in my opinion, they're just better Rumble and Frenzy. I'm sorry, I'll say it.
Really? I'm kind
Yeah,
of surprised that you said that.
Because I know I hate to disrespect my Soundwave tapes, my little minions, if you will, but eject and fucking rewind are just, I can't even tell them apart, but like I like their designs better. It's just they look, it's hard to describe. They just, I like them better. What do you want me to say?
I can respect that, you know. You thinking S tier as well from?
Maybe
You got cut off.
lowest tier, definitely above Frenzy and Rumble, but otherwise, yeah.
All right then.
Sorry? Oh.
Wow. Sorry, you did get cut off a little bit in terms of like your audio, but
Oh, my bad. I think
yeah,
but
I did hear I did hear what you said in the latter half there. Wow, Sound Blaster actually getting outclassed by his own tapes. Never thought I'd see the day.
Just it's strange to me. It's hard to describe. Like they just look sleeker, I guess. I don't know. The design speaks to me a little more.
Fair enough, I suppose. Now, as for the other two, Ramhorn and Steeljaw.
Okay, I'm gonna look up these ones because the picture's kind of cut off.
Yeah, again, that's a bit of a shame with like the beast mode cassettes.
Oh, Ramhorn is literally like a rhinoceros with rockets. What?
Yeah, with rockets, basically. They're kind of both like Ravage in that regard, with the leg mounted, or I guess not so much with Steeljaw since he has like these wings on the side of his body.
Steeljaw is not as strong as Ravage, but I get what they're trying to do. He's like a lion.
Yeah.
Maybe just below Ravage because Kitty.
Fair enough. Yeah, you can't top Ravage in terms of like.
But do you want to put him above like, I don't know if I'll put him above Sunstorm though. I don't know about
Oh
that.
no, yeah, no, I don't think so either.
Ramhorn,
and again,
maybe just
definitely,
below that.
Yeah, definitely not above Blitzwing either. Like Blitzwing's my boy. Or even Devastator. If it feels wrong,
you like that better than Devastator.
No, I don't. I'm gonna put Devastator back in his place.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair.
Okay, Eject and Rewind have a weird thing where their mouth plates are like on their necks and their faces look weird because of that.
Yeah,
really, I didn't notice that in the show.
That's why I was absolutely not putting them above Ravage, because absolutely not. That like the main thing is like cool, but I don't know if it's like cooler than Ravage.
Yeah. Definitely. All right. Oh boy, another fan favorite up next, Astro Train. Now, I just want to talk about the recently unveiled SS86 figure real quick. You know, I sent that photo to you. The photo that I sent to you of Astro Train, the most recently announced one.
Oh my god, I didn't even know about this.
Yeah, it was absolute. There's a lot of controversy going around this figure right now.
Why is that?
Well, usually with Transformers triple changing figures, one mode gets compromised to make the other two look better.
Like I can tell in this figure, it's the train mode.
Some people say it's the robot mode. Some people say it's the train mode. Some people say it's the rocket mode. For me, it was all three. It was
it's like all of them are mid. The figure in particular, every single form is mid.
Yeah, there was a lot of, you know how his cartoon depiction doesn't have much hanging off his legs. The recently announced SS86 figure has a lot of kibble hanging off his legs. And then when you look at his train mode, compared to the animation model, it's a lot less streamlined in the back. And then the shuttle, you know, the Siege version, which I have, it has that little box area behind the cockpit. They
I
completely
excuse me.
removed that, and like the color matching between it doesn't match well with me. Again, compared to the
Yeah.
version that I have right now.
Don't get me wrong, the concept is really good.
Yeah, but that's just my little rant on the recently announced figure. As for his appearance in the actually, I'm gonna quick read off Emil's comment real quick. He looks so bad, and I'm so sad because the alt modes look better than the siege modes to me. That's a bit up for debate. For me, all three modes were a bit of a downgrade.
Which
But-
that's disappointing because it's such a cool character in design and concept.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't think that two of the most impractical fucking vehicles in the world would make a sweet triple changer. Like
Maybe
a train and a
impractical, but
space shuttle.
maybe impractical, but they're pretty damn cool.
Yeah, no, I think
Espe-
space shuttle, at least in the cartoon, he's designed really well. But like, he has this weird thing where parts just sort of phase out of nothing.
Yeah. Now onto the actual cartoon, onto the actual character in the cartoon. Definitely doesn't get as much of a spotlight compared to Blitzwing. I mean, they did share an episode, the triple takeover one, where Blitzwing told the Constructicons to jump off a bridge. But
Love that.
yeah, he does his own thing where he tries to like turn trains into drones, and that backfires on him completely.
Yeah.
It's completely hilarious. And he kind of has he does mass shifting, but it's like the opposite of what Soundwave and Megatron does, where he actually becomes like larger.
Because yeah, I remember in the movie he was the one that was like carrying the Decepticons through space.
Yeah, which one of my fans pointed this out to me when I was unboxing his figure, but the fact that he needed to jettison some weight while he was in space. First off, weight isn't as much of a factor in space as the movie made it out to be. So they're basically the theory that they gave me was that Unicron was holding Astro Train in place so that he could, get Megatron.
It's one of those things where if that was the intention, then why didn't they say that?
Yeah. Again, at this point it's just a theory.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I'm not gonna judge this cartoon too harshly. Like, it's on one thing, it's like it's fucking Transformers. I love this fucking franchise, and even if some things are a little quirky, I think that's part of the appeal to me. So I can forgive certain things, which is why not a lot of these are getting like very, very low rankings.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Now, as for Astro Train
himself,
yeah.
yes. Sorry.
Again, I don't feel he's as strong as Blitzwing, but he's definitely still like a high tier character.
Yeah, I can agree to that. Lower than Blitzwing, but maybe not by much.
Yeah, I would say.
That's fair. Actually, where Blaster is, yeah.
Yeah, where Blaster is. Fair enough, I suppose. Yeah, Emil says Cartoon Astro Train is cool, but I really like the wings on the chest that the G1 toy has. Yeah,
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I think for both both his cartoon model and the Siege toy that I have, or rather Dramatic Capture series, the wing actually folds into his chest and doesn't split apart. That's kind of what they did here.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. All right, next up, okay, Cosmos, kind of like the opposite number to Astro Train.
He's like a cute, dorky one. I kind of like him. His toy is hideous.
That's kind of what he is in the show.
I like him.
Yeah, like the red head is a little bit off-putting to me, but he is a bit of a bean in the show, and I don't know, not much you can hate about him aside from the fact that, the head and the fact that he might not have gotten as many appearances as he probably should have.
Yeah, like that's another one that I remember very strongly in like the DVD set that I talked about earlier. Like his dedicated episode was one of my favorites, so I gotta rank him pretty high.
All right. I also got to mention it doesn't show it too well on here, but his toy actually has like these arm blasters that are hidden just above his arms, and they look pretty dope.
Let me see what you're talking about. His G1's toy specifically, like the original one?
Not the G1 toy, but search up his Legacy toy.
The one with the little like checkered flag?
Yeah, the one with the checkered flag.
What the hell is
And so the reason why he had a checkered
okay.
flag in Legacy was because he was originally released in the Velocitron 500 line, which was in theory supposed to be a combination of the fastest Transformers in franchise history. And I guess they needed someone to be like a flag holder, and they used Cosmos.
fascinating? I don't hate this. I just wish it didn't have the flag.
Yeah, the flag can become a blaster, so.
It's okay, so
But did you see the part that I was talking about, the little hidden arm blasters?
Yes, I did. That I do like that. I do like that. He ranks pretty high for me, honestly. Maybe even higher than B.
Fair enough, I suppose. Again, the UFO Transformer is pretty unique, so.
Yeah, like it's so fucking cute. I love him.
All right. Let's see. I think below Smokescreen for me. Does that work?
Okay, that works. You got above higher than B. That's all I wanted.
All right, now it's time. Now another one of your favorites, Omega Supreme.
Oh my god, his story is so fucking depressing.
Yeah, literally. Although, again, a little bit nitpicky here. I don't understand. He's supposedly got infected partially by the Robo Smasher, which, why would you name it that?
Robo Smasher. That sounds like a porn tag, not gonna lie.
Oh. Thank goodness that didn't come through completely. Otherwise, I might have had to censor that.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, definitely, his backstory was definitely depressing because. Actually, where was I with that? The fact that he got partially infected, but, you know, when he was explaining his story, he was talking normally. It feels like he did that partially out of choice, or not so much that the Robo Smasher infected him.
I still have to give some props to one of my favorite character-wise in the entire franchise.
Yeah, definitely. And he is technically the first Titan Transformer ever.
Also, wasn't his original toy like massive?
Yeah, that's why we call him today as like that's why he's in the Titan class today, because his mode is literally, it's kind of like Reflector but reversed, where his robot mode becomes a bunch of other like components, where he becomes a rocket base, there's a little tank, and of course the rocket itself, which another little nitpicky thing here is unless he like packed his entire, you know, in all of his other components into the rocket, how does he like transport his entire body? I'm sorry, that's just something funny I thought I'd point out. But yeah,
no,
overall,
good question. But how are they supposed to have like a literal city-sized robot?
Yeah, that's packed into like this Saturn V level, into the Saturn V rocket, which I'm pretty sure
his little head thing is cool.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I gotta give him props for being like the first Titan Transformer.
Mm-hmm.
So, what are you thinking with them? And you know, the sad backstory.
Low A tier, high B tier at the lowest.
I'm definitely thinking a bit higher than that.
Okay.
So
I'm cool with that.
let's see. I actually feel like higher than Beachcomber.
Really?
Top of A tier.
Okay. I'm down for that.
Yeah, oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm about to read this. So Megatron technically smashed the Constructicons to make them evil.
Oh.
Good. Someone's going to take that out of context.
Someone smashed the Constructicons. Woo.
Getting chills up my spine just thinking about that. All right, next up, you might not.
Yeah, this fandom can be wild. I'm sorry.
Yeah, All right, next up, you might not recognize him at first, but this is actually supposed to be Skids.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was a G1 Transformer.
Let me look up his alt form because I see something possible there. Skids G1. Did he not have the same relationship with Mudflap that he did
No,
originally?
Mudflap wasn't a thing in G1.
Rip. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I like the little van thing. That's cute.
Mhm.
Almost
Actually,
like a thing.
let me quick look. Skids. Little Honda City Turbo.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't get that many appearances, but I feel like this is another one of those default Autobot designs. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I feel that too. It's not like substantially great in any specific way, but it's also not bad. I don't hate it.
It's not
Yeah.
it's not doing anything wrong.
It's just very generic is the best word possible, I think.
Yeah, so although generic in this case isn't necessarily bad. I'm thinking below the Constructicons and Overkill
That's
here.
fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Above the cone heads.
Yeah, definitely. That's just robot mode. The Coneheads just ugh. I mean, they're unique, don't get me wrong, but it just didn't cut it for me as much. The alt mode is really what carries them.
Yeah, which is it's yeah. I can concur. I can concur.
All right, next up is another obscure character called DevCon.
F-Con? Like FDEF?
DEV.
DevCon. Okay.
Yeah, he's another pretty interesting character, but he only got one spotlight episode. He's apparently
That's
like
an
this
interesting vehicle form. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think he's this Autobot bounty hunter from like a long time ago. And like he just so happened to cross paths with Smokescreen when, during the Gambler.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's just me, but he seems like the predecessor for Blur over here. Can you see it, or is it just me?
Let me look back at what you were pointing at.
Okay, so here's DevCon. And here's Blur.
A little bit. Definitely a bit of a hue shift, but I see that.
Yeah, but as far as like his character, him being like this Autobot mercenary bounty hunter, I like him for that. And his alt mode being this hovercraft spaceship. He didn't actually get a toy in G1. He only recently got one in Legacy.
Okay, really quick, I'm going to show you I looked up the design for this character, and this is one of like the first 10 things that pops up.
Depression.
Yes. Okay, so besides that, not really doing anything wrong. A little more unique than Skids was, but maybe not much stronger.
I do kind of like his character a bit better. I don't think Skids was characterized that much, honestly, but yeah, I am putting not above the Constructicons, but definitely above Skids.
Okay. Well, remind me which one is the Constructicon we put really low?
It's Scavenger.
Scavenger. Yeah, it's scavenge. Yeah, I was about to make a dirty joke. No, yeah, I said not to.
Oh man, I think I know what you were going to say. All right. As for Emil, they said that Skids is meh. I like his Crosscut repaint better. I don't think Crosscut actually made an appearance in G1.
Did it not?
Maybe, I'm not sure. Anyways, now we're on to female Autobots. I thought they were extinct.
Does that imply that all Autobots are incels?
No, that was Shockwave that said that. That's Shockwave that's in it.
Okay. So is this who I think it is? Because it might be.
All right, so in order, this is Alita 1, Chromia, Moonracer, Greenlight, Lancer. I think that's, let me quick look at this again. Lifeline, and Firestar.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, a lot of them. And I don't think they get alt modes in the show, but I don't think they really got toys until later.
Okay, definitely not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah. They do stand out like compared to like their male counterparts.
Yeah, so this is a hard one because I think I want to like them more than I actually do, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they're not like overly fantastic, but they're not really, again, not doing anything wrong either.
Yeah, not doing anything wrong either. The only real thing that, we're going to be going to RC and she's probably going to get pretty high. But the reason why I think I can't really rank them higher than like, high B tier is because they don't really get more than an episode to themselves.
Yeah, which is a very 80s characterization choice.
Yeah. But design wise, I would say, yeah, they're good looking, and yeah, their all modes are a bit unique, but they did stay on Cybertron, so you kind of have to expect unique alt modes. As for how do we order them? Which
first of all, the Cybertronian things works in their favor, but as for their ranking, that's a little harder. Maybe low A tier feels right.
Yeah, kind of agree with you on that. It doesn't matter what order I really place them in, does it? I'll just probably stick with. I'll probably just end up sticking with, the order that I placed them on. If we're going like
strictly design choices, I think I do like the pink one the most. I forget.
Alita 1.
Goddamn, Alita 1. Jesus, there's so many of them.
Yeah. Well, it's actually fair that Alita. I think it's fair Alita 1 gets first because, she's Optimus's girlfriend.
Is that really a thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
That's our main man's main one. So, okay, I guess I gotta respect it.
Yeah, I'll just put
roughly around the same.
Mm-hmm.
Although I like the mint one very much, maybe like just behind Alita.
Racer?
Yes.
All right. I'll put her there then. I think Chromia is probably my favorite out of them, but yeah, I'm satisfied with this placement. All right. Old man Transformer now. Alpha Trion.
Okay.
The only other Prime besides Optimus and Rodimus that appears in the series in person, not as a spirit.
Okay. That's interesting. He's like Space Obi-Wan.
Yeah, that's exactly what he is.
Okay, not my favorite, but definitely not a weak design either.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of understand. Again, it's like Q, Wheeljack, and the Bayformers, but a little bit more tolerable, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Also, I saw visual comparisons to Sentinel Prime, which, okay, that's undeniable, like from the Bayformers.
Yeah, that almost makes sense.
But definitely pretty strong. Pretty strong. I like him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Would you say better or worse than the female Autobots?
Probably not better than my girlies. So I can't.
Okay, yeah, I'll put him. Funny, it's like
it's like
I'm looking at this in order. It's like I'm looking at this in the exact same order that I arranged this list.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're getting back into more familiar territory for me. Motormaster.
Okay.
I feel like if you saw this character like back in the 80s, you would have immediately thought this was like evil Optimus Prime.
Okay, really quick, what are their collective names? I forget.
These guys are the Stunticons.
Stunticons, okay. Yeah. Because it's kind of difficult to see their. Okay, here's one with a lineup of them. Okay. Oh, so Motormaster is definitely up there for me. That's a cool one.
Yeah, again, I feel like if you saw this guy in the 80s when he first came out, you would have thought evil Optimus Prime, because Decepticon color scheme on a like a full tractor trailer truck hadn't really been seen up to that point.
Right. So that one gets props for me.
Yeah, and plus he has this big ass gun and a sword, which probably, at least for me, both Motormaster and Menasor, probably the scariest boss fight that I had in Devastation so far, because the sword actually shoots out like electrical beams, which no other boss in the game really does that.
Ugh, okay.
But again, it's
so definitely not lower than B tier, but I don't know otherwise.
I feel like Motormaster in particular stands out for me a bit. I'd say higher than the Constructicons.
Do you think
Higher
even
than-
higher than the Rainbringers or Rainmasters?
Yes, higher than the Rainmakers. Maybe even
Okay.
higher than.
Higher than B even? Really?
No, not higher than B, but definitely
They're just
higher
mine.
than everyone else below here, like Windcharger, Ironhide, Ratchet.
All right. I can agree with you on that. That's a.
All right,
He's definitely
Emil's-
one of the stronger ones though.
Yeah, G1. Emil says G1 Motormaster is just okay to me, but animated Motormaster is really cool. I love that he's just a wrestler and talks in third person.
Animated.
Yeah, he does actually have an animated counterpart.
Bring it up. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, that's a cool one. Yep. Okay, so yeah, I feel good where we placed it.
All right, next up is Dead End. Again, I feel like I'm going to put the Stunticons relatively high because, well, these guys, they all turn into super cars / race cars for their time. So Dead End here, okay, so quick little side note here. The Stunticons are basically like the most dysfunctional combiner group. Like they each have some sort of mental disorder that prevents them from working properly. So Motormaster, he's an egoist. He thinks he's king of the road and all that. Dead End is sullen, fatalistic, probably the most pessimistic character in the series.
Or he's depressed.
Close to Huffer. Yeah, very depressed.
Okay.
Yeah. Design wise, again, he has the mouth guard and the visor, and his alt mode is actually pretty cool. Yeah, it's a Porsche 928.
Ooh, okay.
And,
I'm looking at the alt modes. Okay.
Despite him being like this depressed, pessimistic bot, can't really hold that much against him. I mean, he was sort of like created that way.
So definitely maybe a little worse than Motormaster, just personally, but not by much.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I think, yeah, definitely above. Maybe, yeah, above Blue Streak. Okay, we got a newcomer here, Doomslayer 2360. Thanks for joining us. Dead End, whilst always depressed, he's got the coolest look.
I mean,
that is kind of, again, up for debate here. I would say like around the same area as Motormaster.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little better than Motormaster, just because I feel like Motormaster is definitely no Prime. He feels like a Walmart version, or Walmart brand version of Prime.
No, correction, a Walmart brand version of Nemesis Prime.
Yes. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
So,
I really got to collect Menasor someday.
That's fine. This yellow one's speaking to me.
Drag strip. He has
Okay.
probably the most unique alt mode out of the Stunticons, because he turns into a six-wheeled Formula One racer, which actually ended up winning a few Formula One titles.
Which is wild.
Yeah, and his voice really suits the character. He's also like Motormaster, where he's an egoist. He'd rather die than lose. Apparently.
Oh my god. Okay. So the more you talk about the Stunticons, the more I'm thinking like this is just my friend group in high school.
Yeah, again, the most dysfunctional combiner group.
Yep, that's them. That's them. That's
I don't
them
like-
fuckers.
Yeah, the chess. Emil says, like, I don't like the chess look. It looks like a Lego piece. I kind of disagree because I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be the engine bay there. So I could kind of pass it off as that. Yeah.
Well, the toy isn't incredibly strong.
Wait, which one are you looking at?
I'll send you a photo.
Yeah, Doomslayer is a bit biased towards Dead End because of the red, or rather the maroon, which I can understand. Oh, yeah, the originals. Yeah, the Silver Beast there kind of does look like they're the engine still.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I do like the concept of the alt form, but I guess in execution it could have been a lot better in robot form.
Yeah, I still think it's pretty cool though. Again, he has the visor thing going on, which the next two don't.
Yeah, so I guess maybe I'm tempted to say above Motormaster if you're down with that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Around the same area as Dead End, but I think Dead End's just edges them out for me.
Okay.
Okay, Doomslayer. The Stunticons were my first combiner set that I collected in Legacy, but I sold it. Big mistake there.
That sucks. That's
I want to try to get them. I want to try to get them as well. I only have one of them so far, and that's Wild Rider, which we'll be getting to shortly.
Okay.
Then I finished off Devastator. He's my holy grail, but once Bruticus is finished in my collection, he's the best. Oh boy. Yeah, I want to try. Those are like my two goals for this year in terms of Transformers, is to finish off Bruticus, since I have 3 of the components right now, and then get Lio Kaiser, which that's going to be one hell of an investment.
You should have all of them like combining on as like a shelf set. As going to combine forms.
Definitely. Yeah, my 2 combiners that I have right now, they are in their combined modes.
Nice.
Yeah, just so that I could save up on space right now, because the room I'm in is a complete mess.
Oh, that sucks. Okay, but the rest of them, I'm not sure if I'm placing them any higher than Motormaster. They just don't vibe with me as much.
Yeah. Okay, so Breakdown here. He's a little bit controversial for like his legacy toy. Again, he's supposed to turn into a Lamborghini in the show, but his most recent toy that actually just got reissued, he looks more like, he doesn't look as much like a Lamborghini. Instead, he looks like a Di Tommaso Pantera, which, again, I don't really mind too much, but I can understand why the fans don't like it. And,
It's not incredibly strong, but it's not like hideous.
Yeah, exactly. The red face kind of looks similar to his brother in arms over here. And he also, again, like the rest of the Stunticons, he has a mental disorder where he's the schizo one.
Okay, yep. Okay.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find the quote. Okay. Quotable Transformers moments.
With a name like Breakdown.
Yeah, exactly. The way that he acts fits the bill. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is.
That's how Martin.
Okay, there was just Blue Streak and Hound just falling down a hole. That wasn't what I was looking for.
Looking at us how mortifying. The word breakdown is mortifying. My sentiment exactly. They are big words, Dead End.
Yeah, so Breakdown was the one who said, "They're gawking at us, how mortifying." And then Dead End applied with, you know, it's mortifying, my sentiment.
Oh my god. Okay, so the characterization is probably stronger than the design is here.
Yeah, definitely. All right, and what Doomslayer is saying is, yeah, Vortex, Blastoff, and Brawl are pretty awesome. Despite their slight issues, the engineering on Brawl to turn into a foot-ish is pretty impressive. Yeah, I can agree with that. You know, all the Combaticons for me have been pretty strong, and again, we'll be getting to them in a little bit.
Yep.
They'll be the last
I
ones
see
that we
them.
cover for tonight.
Okay, I'm done for that.
Yeah. Although I still want to collect the MMC Brewsticus and MMC Devastator. I'm guessing those are like third-party toys there. Once it's finished, the damn typos.
Yeah. Okay. So at breakdown,
also,
probably go.
I
Okay,
gotta
go
point this out real quick. I do actually have G2 Breakdown, which Emil just reminded me is like a peak recolor.
Oh wow, yeah, that is really cool. I like that a lot.
Again, like slipstream, basically like the slipstream colors on the De Tomaso Pantera. Because I want to try to get Breakdown myself, I kind of renamed him to Power Slide, which kind of fits the color scheme in my opinion.
Yeah, but that is a peak recolor. But if we're ranking it by Gen 1, he's definitely like maybe just below Motormaster.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Where is he? There we go. Actually, I'd say a little bit worse than Blue Streak.
Okay.
All right, now for the last of the Stunticons, Wild Rider. And he's just a psychopath. He's the psychopath of the group.
His alt form is cooler than his anything else, really.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like it definitely, the evil Ferrari look that he's rocking is just absolutely insane.
Which I don't immediately hate it is the thing, though.
Mm-hmm.
And especially his colorization for his original toy, that's pretty good actually. Like the red tinted windows, that's okay.
Yeah, he's the one Stunticon ignoring G2 Breakdown / Power Slide that I have. So a little bit of bias towards him.
I'm inclined to agree. I see what you mean.
Yeah. Is he better than Motormaster though? No.
Maybe. No? Okay.
I'm thinking just below him. Better than Blue Streak, but not as good as the other three.
And
now,
honestly, Motormaster is that high because his vehicle form is that good. That's my opinion, though.
Okay. All right. Now on to their combined form. Menasor. And well, yeah, that's their name, Menasor.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta quick read this out. I really like that name for him. Power Slide? I'm guessing, Emil. Now as for what Doomslayer said, yeah, Mastermind Creations. They're the best third-party company for Transformers, especially for their engineering. They're the only company to do all-in-one combiners, and I want to collect them. Well, I wish you luck with that. You know, I'm kind of sticking with the Hasbro combiners at the moment.
I think I have kind of an idea of what he's talking about because, like, when I was younger, there was this one specific line. I can't remember the name of it for the life of me, but they were like, honestly, like a lot of the parts didn't even have vehicle or didn't even have robot forms. They were just part of the entire set. Then they just, when you plugged them in, they like mechanically through springs, I guess, like turned into the various like arms, legs, what have you.
I think I know like an example of it. You know the original like Revenge of the Fallen Devastator toy? They didn't have robot modes. Instead, they just had their limb modes.
Right. You know, but
Yeah.
this wasn't like from the movie line, but anyway, yeah, this is, I don't know if it's better than Devastator, but it's pretty good.
Not quite, in my opinion. All right. And Emil said, yeah, Power Slide. Yeah, that's kind of a thing that I've been trying to do is like name some of my Transformers that, you know, that I have duplicates of to names that haven't been used in the show yet that would fit the bill. But yeah, as for Menasor here, the arms here look pretty goofy. The recent Legacy toy has the two car arms split apart, but here they're just one piece, and they look bigger than, they look almost as big as Motormaster here, which just it feels wrong to me if you know what I mean.
So, wait, if they like change positions between certain toys, okay, that's gonna make it difficult to rank.
Wait,
If we're talking
what?
about like okay, so like for one example, like in both examples I'm looking at right here, like what's the any of them? The yellow one's name is
Drag Strip.
Drag Strip. Okay, so Drag Strip's like 6 wheels or 4 wheels are, the front 4 wheels are on like his shoulder, but like his spoiler is next to his wrist, which I kind of like, and in some cases it's on I don't know, his design changes slightly throughout all of this, and I think I like it a little more in G1, so that one's maybe not higher than Devastator, but still pretty strong in my opinion.
Yeah, it was the second combiner that they ever made, so a little bit of props for it, but I would kind of prefer it if, back then they did the car splitting thing that the modern incarnation does. So I would say, would it be better than the individual Stunticons?
I'm not sure.
I think I'll just... I think I'll settle for like mid A tier for now.
Yeah, because like I'm not sure if I like that better than Cosmos.
Yeah, no. Or B. I'd say B is better. You could theoretically beat Menasor with Bumblebee and Devastation, so...
Yeah. I love how Bumblebee is like the gold standard at this point.
Yeah, and you could thank the Bay movies for that partially.
Yeah, I am a Bayformers kid, so what do you want from me?
Well, so am I, so again, I won't hold it against you. Now we're on to my personal favorite combiner team from the original G1 cartoon, the Aerial Bots.
They're all like planes.
Yeah, that's why. They're all, with the exception of Silverbolt, they're all military planes, and Silverbolt actually turns into a pretty cool, regular passenger plane. Debatably the most iconic ever, the Concorde.
You're probably going to have a lot more to say about this than me, so I'll let you do the honors.
Okay, so Silverbolt, leader of the Aerial Bots, but ironically enough, he has a fear of heights.
Okay.
Yeah, that's funny how that works, right? And Slingshot even tells him, "You call yourself a jet?" And Slingshot's nuts. But yeah, design-wise, definitely pretty cool looking. It almost looks like he has arm cannons or shoulder cannons there, even though they don't really do anything in the show. But yeah, design-wise, I like him. Alt mode I also like because, again, the Concorde. And he was actually my first Transformers figure that I got in hand.
Really?
So, yeah, a bit of biased, again.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, I'm thinking no lower than A tier.
That's fair. That's fair.
For him.
I'm looking at Slingshot right now, and I think that's a little higher, but I don't feel like his robot form as much.
Not quite as high as Omega Supremes, but
No.
definitely better than these guys so far. Yeah, Slingshot, I've heard a little bit of slander against him because some people say his head is just a bald orange man stuck between two white slabs like an idiot sandwich.
No, I'm looking at the toy they're talking about, and yeah, I definitely see what they're saying.
Yeah. But I kind of like him for like his depiction in the show. He's sort of like the rebel of the group. And he definitely gets like the most lines and is like the most notable. And plus he also turns into a VTOL jet, which
That's pretty lit. I like that.
yeah.
Love me some VTOL jets.
Not quite, I wouldn't say as good as Silverbolt, but around the same level. Again, I feel like all the Aerial Bots are going to get into around this area.
Like even better than Red Alert?
Yes, I would say better than Red Alert.
All right.
I don't like. Yeah, Emil doesn't like cartoon Menasor. I feel like he's just wearing his team as clothes, and the cars being the back of the legs is dumb.
Yeah.
I can kind of understand that. You know, cars or jets in the front is like a real debate in the community. I personally don't mind it too much, but you know, it's an opinion, and we're all subject to opinion.
Yeah.
All right, next up is Air Raid. I just gotta point this out real quick. Air Raid has the same alt mode as Starscream and the Seekers,
Wait, what?
yet his toy is shorter. Just let that sink in for a moment.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about, but honestly, the vehicle mode is definitely comparable to like Starscream's, but I don't like his robot form nearly as much because he's kind of just wearing like the nose and the wings and the jets on his back. Like it looks like he's wearing the jet as a backpack rather than transforming into it.
That's kind of the thing with the aerial bots. They're the jet modes are really just mounted on their backs as like backpacks.
Which is an
I don't
interesting and bizarre design choice.
Yeah, I don't mind it too much. But yeah, I find it funny that he has the same ult mode but is shorter.
Okay, yeah, that's I definitely no higher than Starscream for sure. Maybe you're just around where the other ones are.
Yeah, again, they're probably going to end up around the same area like Menasors.
Yeah, definitely one of my least favorites so far.
Mm-hmm. All right, now Skydive. Probably my actual least favorite of the group because, again, the black face, well, the orange face with the black helmet, the red, it just stands out, and mostly gray on his jet mode compared to like the white and red of the majority of the team. I don't know. It doesn't stand out to me in a good way compared to everyone else.
If it wasn't for the orange face, I would really like that color scheme, but I can't get behind that.
Yeah. And it's not like, and I can forgive slingshots because his entire face is orange, but.
And like, I want to like it more than I actually do, again.
Yeah. But yeah, I think he's probably going to get the back half of the aerial bots for me.
Okay.
I will say though, his alt modes, I don't know. I still like slingshots more, but Skydives is still pretty good. At least proportionally.
Okay.
And now for the last one, Fireflight. I feel like he'd be like the default for the team, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fireflight.
And I didn't actually talk too much about the other traits besides, you know, besides Silverbolt and Slingshot, but Fireflight, he's basically like Wild Rider for the skies, except he doesn't like causing crashes.
Oh, okay.
He's so bad at he's bad at flying, but he doesn't like being bad at flying.
And it's kind of interesting because his red jet form with the cream colored wings are like white is pretty good. But
yeah, that's
I feel like I want to like his robot form more than I actually do as well.
well, I like his I definitely say like of his robot form. He's probably in the higher half of the aerial bots, but not better than Silverbolt.
Yeah, his like twin barreled handgun is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's the same as Slingshots actually.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I also didn't talk about Skydive. He's sort of like the war historian of the group. He likes reading about war, doesn't like participating in it.
That's just like me for real, for real.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, Emil Skydives is his favorite because of the alt mode. It has the lightning decals on his wings, which, yeah, I do kind of like, but his robot mode overall is just the weakest in my opinion.
I can agree with that. Like, at least the other ones have more distinct colors about them, at least a little bit more. This one just doesn't.
Yeah, they're more uniform.
Yeah.
Now for their Gestalt, Superion.
That's a pretty cool name.
Yeah, my favorite combiner that showed up in the main G1 cartoon.
This one's gonna be ranked pretty high, I could tell.
Yeah, it's probably going to be an S tier for me. Not I can't put it above Devastator because he's the original, but I am going to put it very close.
And again, with the whole thing of just wearing the jets, it's the same deal with fucking Menasor.
Yeah, but at least here it looks like, it's not so much. He is wearing them, but you can kind of buy. It does look like, the modern toy where they can split apart so that it's not just like one uniform piece.
Right.
If you know what I mean. And also he has the
Right.
giant ass gun on him, which Menasor has the sword, but it doesn't appear in his photo.
Oh wow, that is a big gun.
Yeah.
So definitely not weak by any means. I'll let you rank this one because you probably have more feelings towards it than I do.
Yeah, I'm putting it on level with with Jetfire for now. They actually, funnily enough, these two never actually met in the show. I wonder how an interaction between them would go.
Yeah. Um definitely definitely a pretty decent one. Maybe not like my personal favorite, but not bad at all. I don't think they did anything bad there.
Yeah. All right. We're on the second to last group now.
Okay.
The Protectobots.
Protectobots.
The Protectobots. A bit of a mouthful, I know. I gotta spell this out for you in the DMs. Protectobots.
Okay. Oh, so they're like emergency vehicles.
Yeah, they're all emergency vehicles.
Okay.
My boys, the Protectobots. Right, this is Emil's favorite combiner team here.
Okay. I can see why. Streetwise, Groove, Blades, First Aid, and Hotspot. Okay.
Yeah. Although it's in this order. Hotspot, Blade, Streetwise, Groove, First Aid, and then Defensor. Now, I don't really have the most amount of experience with these guys compared to, Superion, Devastator, and Bruticus. But they certainly look interesting. We'll start with Hotspot, he turns into a fire truck, but I feel like he does I know the color scheme doesn't quite match a stereotypical fire truck, but his robot mode does look better than Inferno's.
But I think it works in its favor in this case.
Yes, definitely.
Like the unconventional color for a vehicle like that can be really hit or miss because every once in a while you'll get like a ratchet situation in Bayformers, and then you'll get like this bizarre. It's like not really an eyesore, but it's definitely eye catching. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I'm pretty sure there are some fire companies out there that use this sort of light baby blue for a fire truck.
I'd be weirded out by it, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. But aside from that, let me actually search up what the wiki has to say about Protectobots. Hotspot in particular likes to be where the action is. That's it, huh?
Yeah, that's about
Yeah,
it.
I will say though, again, I like the design for the fire truck robot mode better than Inferno. His head almost looks like Prime's, if you could see it.
Yeah, I can see that.
So yeah, I think this, to start off our first Protectobot, is going in A. I'm better than Menasor is the real question, or better than the Stunticons.
That's a hard one. Like I don't know if it's above Drag Strip, but I don't want to rank any lower than that for sure.
Okay. Wait, you don't think it's any lower than Drag Strip?
Or I don't know if it's above Menasor though. I think probably the combined form is above Menasor, but I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know.
We'll see.
This one in particular speaks to me. Like the others are pretty cool, but I like this one the most out of them, I think.
All right. I think I'll put him just below B for now. Hotspot is like, okay, Emil says Hotspot is like peak design for me. I really like he has red eyes, which is uncommon for an Autobot. Really, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I see what you mean, actually.
You might think that he's like he defected from the Decepticons, but the real story behind them is like they're, at least from what I've heard in Scramble City, is that they were once Autobot colonists whose world got invaded, and then they moved to Earth and moved in as like, you know, an auxiliary squad for the Autobots.
I see.
All right, next up is Blades. Again, I'm a little bit biased because, you know, aerial vehicle.
What's with the knee cannon thing?
I know it's I don't know what the deal is, but I'm all here for it. I think what they were trying to do is like, so Vortex is his counterpart here, and when he's in helicopter mode, he has the guns roughly right about where Blade's guns are.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think for robot mode though, I don't think Blades actually removes them.
But
unless they're like holstered in there.
And I do like the helicopter blades on his back. That's a nice detail. And the colorization overall is pretty good, especially for like a rescue helicopter.
Yeah. Although funnily enough, his characterization is like he prefers to be out on the front lines, but he's forced to stay in the air. So
Oh, I see.
yeah, he's a street fighter and prefers to use his rotor blades as melee weapons rather than flying.
Damn, okay, he's really got that blackout energy.
Yeah, I guess so.
So that one's pretty strong for me. Maybe just below.
Yeah, the knee guns are dumb but cool.
Yeah, maybe just below hotspot.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. All right, next up is Streetwise, which a bit strange to see red on a police car bot.
Yeah, that.
But I still kind of like it. He has a visor thing going on there.
He does make himself very distinct from Prowl, which I appreciate.
Yeah, and he does. His alt mode is also pretty cool. A Nissan 300Z as a police car.
Right,
Could definitely see it, and is pretty cool in as far as like a concept goes. Now for what his character profile says. Okay, so he's kind of like a scout. Nothing escapes his notice. Clever, determined, nothing deters him from seeking prey. Except an empty fuel tank. Yeah, that kind of went dark quickly.
Yeah, prey. Wow. This is an Autobot we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he is a police car Autobot, so
I guess that's fitting. Probably one of the weaker ones, in my opinion.
Yeah. But that's not really saying much since, you know, most of the Protectobots are very similar design-wise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he is going below Blaze for now. Next up is Groove.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, next up is Groove, which probably the strangest of the Protectobots, because he turns into a motorcycle, but he's somehow the same size in Defensor as Streetwise.
Which, yeah, that's a little bit of mass shifting that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but I kind of like it for that though.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. Yeah, him having a blue face is unique. Yeah.
Yes.
He also has the leg guns.
That's definitely a little weird, so points off for that, but definitely one of the stronger ones.
All right. Above or below Blades?
Maybe just above Blades.
All right, then. And to think of Streetwise as like someone who knows about everything that happens on the streets of Cybertron because of his name.
Yeah, okay.
Makes sense.
But I think it's definitely one of my favorite alt forms of them, besides like hotspot, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Last one here is before we get to Defensor is First Aid.
The red does make sense for an ambulance, but also that's completely missing from his alt form, so that loses points for me because it feels like it comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, kind of. Do you think he does the ambulance thing better or worse than Ratchet?
At least his robot form does a little better than Ratchet.
Yeah, I could definitely see it. Again, the visor and the face mask. That's something I'm going to keep going back to.
It's pretty good. Maybe like mid tier for all of them as a whole.
Yeah, I can kind of see it.
Yeah, I think like
I will put him behind Blades just because,
okay, that
Blades is my favorite of the group.
really okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, now for the big boy Defensor.
Defensor.
I'm not sure how to feel about this, about like, him as a combiner, because again, I don't have the most amount of experience with him compared to, again, Superion, Devastator, and Bruticus. But he does look pretty
But
cool.
yeah, especially with how Groove like has his front motorcycle as part of the kneecap. That's pretty cool. Like the face open of First Aid's vehicle form as another kneecap. I like that detail. His arms, like with the blades being like folded in on itself tailwise, and
Yeah, they actually do the arms extended thing, so the
yeah,
vehicles get split in half, which that works here.
absolutely works in its favor. This is a pretty strong one, actually.
All right. I do think, as a combiner, it's gonna get into S tier, but where exactly? I don't want to put him above Superion. Again, he's my favorite of the ones that we covered so far. So
Yeah, we don't
I
have
think
to
just
about Superion,
I think below Jetfire for now.
but really above Blaster.
Yeah, actually above Blaster, below Tracks. How about that?
Okay, that sounds good.
All right, now we get on to the last group that we're going to be covering for tonight, the Combaticons.
This is honestly one of my favorite ones.
And we know why. Again, I haven't played Fall of Cybertron yet, but I have gotten previews of these guys' section in the game, and it's making me look forward to them a lot.
Oh yeah, and also some of the strongest vehicle forms out of any of the combiners. Oh my god, they're so cool.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a military vehicle combiner, like, oh boy. We'll start off with the leader of the group, Onslaught.
Yeah, that's a really good one in my opinion. Just because, are you kidding me? Artillery truck.
Yeah, I mean, the back end of his artillery truck is a bit long, and you would think there would be more there, but there really isn't. But overall, the robot mode is like very strong. 9.9 out of 10.
Yeah,
I'd say.
Yeah, very good, very good. So like he's definitely losing some points for his alt form, but not by much. I definitely like them more than the. Are they comparable to the aerial bots to you?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay,
well,
so
robot modes, I would say like Onslaught particularly, he would be above the aerial bots overall for me. Okay. Maybe even low S tier.
Oh, okay. I'm down for that.
I will say though, he didn't have like a toy announced for him because they're doing Bruticus this year.
Right.
But they're kind of doing like this thing where it's a hybrid of both clip-on and pinned wheels, which not the biggest fan of.
Right.
Because clip-on wheels, they don't roll as freely as pinned wheels.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, design-wise, robot mode's still pretty strong.
Yes.
All right, next up, I believe. Okay, next up is Swindle. He gets some time in Fall of Cybertron, but that doesn't mean that. And he is also voiced, I believe, by the same person. He is also voiced by Steve Bloom.
So also a really strong one for me. Like I like the whole Jeep thing he's got going on. I don't know if he's stronger than Hound though.
Yeah, no. Again, probably I was gonna say probably my least favorite design wise.
Yeah,
even though he has a pretty, even though he does have like a pretty notable character. He's the hustler of the group.
I actually do. Yeah.
Yeah, I at least like. Okay, Emil says I like that at least in the arms. It looks like that. It looks like First Aid and Blades transformed into arms. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant there when I said that they split apart there.
Yeah.
All right, as for Swindle, yeah, definitely not above Hound in my opinion. He does have the Megatron gun thing going on with his arm there.
Pretty cool, but not my favorite. I can see why.
Yeah. Just below Hound, I think.
Okay. Where do we put the other ones for perspective? Like in lowest tier?
Yeah, I put Onslaught. Onslaught was the only one that I ranked so far, so he's in the low S tier.
Okay, that's comfortable. I'm down with that.
All right, next up is Brawl.
Oh boy, love me some tank.
Yes, especially one with, 3 massive barrels. He has the main tank barrel, and then he has the artillery barrels in the back, which I already told y'all the story about, how they got his alt mode for the 2007 movie, but I'm going to do it again. So basically, in 2005, there was a movie, Triple X State of the Union, and they made a custom Abrams tank that had 3 tank barrels just for like a few scenes in the movie. And before they scrapped it, the people making 2007 Transformers, they picked it up and thought, hey, this will be the perfect tank for Brawl because, the 3 tank barrels. And It translated over pretty well, almost perfectly.
That's pretty strong then. Yeah, I see that.
All right. Now, as for his G1 incarnation, definitely, again, another strong character.
For sure. Like, definitely, maybe not much better than Onslaught, or maybe not even better than Onslaught at all.
Yeah, I would say slightly lower. He does fit like the brutish aesthetic his name is going for there.
Yeah. It works. It really works in his favor, but I think Onslaught's just a little better.
Yeah, definitely. Still going in low S though, I'd say. Yeah, Swindle is okay. It's an animated where he really shines.
Okay.
And Fall of Cybertron. All right, next up is Blastoff. Oh, Blastoff, the second space shuttle in the series.
I don't think he pulls it off as good as Astro Train, though.
Yeah, not quite. He has like the Bart Simpson head going on there. And also, I don't know about you, but his eyes are actually supposed to be the gray things below the purple thing. I originally thought he had like the Cyclops eye that, Shockwave has with the pink thing there.
Okay, that's an interesting design choice. Not sure if I'm a huge fan of that.
Yeah. I would say also a little bit on the lower half for the Combaticons, but that's not really saying much since they all have pretty unique designs.
Yeah.
He is also kind of the one that doesn't fit in because, you wouldn't typically think of the space shuttle as a military vehicle.
Yeah, he's kind of a bit of a black sheep in that way. I want to give him points for that, but not really in a good way.
Yeah. Are we thinking above or below Swindle for him?
Maybe below Swindle just for me personally.
Okay, yeah, fair enough, I suppose. And last but not least in the group, probably my favorite, Vortex.
That's a good one. I like Vortex. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, I feel like he was originally supposed to be Blackout in the 2007 movie. I mean, just look at him, gray and black helicopter.
Yeah. Oh, this is such a good one.
And he also has
and
the toy version that I have of him has the rotor blade thing on his arm.
And I love the teal legs. That's a good choice for me.
Yeah, the one piece again, the visor and mouth guard. Again, he's my favorite of the group. What else do you want me to say?
That's pretty good. Maybe even better than Onslaught.
Okay, yeah, you convinced me. Like maybe even above Astro Train for me.
Okay, I'm down for that. Like his color scheme really sells it for me.
Yeah, the silver eyes were an animation error where they recolored his forehead purple instead. They never fixed it. Oh, I'm guessing they're talking about Blastoff here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the gray eyes were an animation mistake. All right, now for the last one for tonight before we call it a night. Bruticus.
Bruticus. Oh boy, oh boy.
There's one thing that I don't really like about him, and that's that he got thrashed by Menasor. But that was because, Menasor got a cheap shot in on him, surprise attacked him when he wasn't expecting.
So I think this one has slight bias for me because of my history with War for Cybertron. His mission, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to when I eventually get to that.
As his design works flawlessly, but then again, I think all of them work flawlessly in War for Cybertron, but in G1, it's definitely not bad.
Yeah, you can still see the aspects that would be involved Cybertron. Like, you have Vortex here with a rotor blade arm, which you could use as the shield or, as a melee weapon. You have Blast Off with his afterburners as like a flamethrower. And, Swindle and Brawl just hanging out there. And then you have Onslaught's giant-ass guns on the back.
Right, which I think works in its favor, though.
Yeah, definitely. Is he better than Superion, in my opinion? I'm not quite sure, but definitely an S tier character.
For sure. I'm comfortable putting him in S.
Yeah. Yeah, above Jetfire for me.
Okay.
And that, I think, does it for tonight. Now, again, guys, we're going to be doing this in multiple parts, so next time we will be covering Season 3 up till the beginning of Japanese G1.
This is going to be a long one next time.
Well, maybe not quite as long because, let's see, it's from Hot Rod all the way down to Scorponok is when I was planning on ending it, so not quite as long. Japanese G1 is going to be the long one.
Okay. It's because I see how many characters in Japanese G1 alone.
Yeah, and also the final character, which probably should have been done for the movie, but I wanted to save him for last since, he's special.
Okay.
All right, guys. That's going to do it for us tonight. It's been a fun one tonight. You have anything else you want to say before we end things tonight?
No, I think we're pretty comfortable where we are, and yeah, I think that's that. I think it speaks for itself, honestly.
Yeah, when are you thinking that we do the next part of this, like next week or?
I'll have to probably get back to you on that, just so I can plan it around things that are happening recently. But, or you know what I mean. Well, we'll see. We'll play it by ear.
All right, one last question. Do you like the toy chest or animation chest for Bruticus? Not quite. I think I gotta check this out. G1 Bruticus. Toy.
How different does it look?
It can't be that much different, right? Oh, yeah, it is way different. It's gray instead of like it's almost in the animation, it's like the chest plate is like part of Blast Off, and that becomes the chest plate, and it looks more streamlined in my opinion than the toy, which is just a gray piece.
Yeah, I generally prefer the shuttle part on his chest too.
Yeah, so there's our answer then. Yeah, that was a real fun stream. Very nice to meet you guys. Yeah, and
Yes.
we'll hopefully be getting back to this in part 2 very soon. So
Definitely
yeah,
before the month ends for sure.
definitely before the month ends. That's literally tomorrow. The month.
Oh,
It's next month tomorrow.
When March ends. I'm sorry. Whoops.
Yeah, definitely before March ends. So yeah, that's gonna be it for us tonight. Everyone, take care. Have some fun out there. Best of luck in your future endeavors. Until next time, farewell.
Bye.